Chapter 465. Qin Feiyang stared fixedly at the battle chi, his eyes flickering. In the end, he chose to dodge. The lethality of the War Master was too strong, he could not withstand it. However, just as he dodged, the battle chi that was charging towards him suddenly turned in the air and charged towards the Dong family's patriarch and the other two. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is bad. All of a sudden, his expression changed drastically as he roared, "Uncle Yin, this person isn't here to save them, he's here to silence them." What? Yin Nanshan's expression also changed. Old Monster Dong and the other two heard this and their faces were filled with disbelief. He was here to silence them? Damn bastard. Since you are heartless, then don't blame us for being unjust. Qin Feiyang, I'll tell you right now, he is... The great clan elder led Old Monster Dong and the Dong family's patriarch to flee in fear while roaring hysterically. However, just as he was about to reach the critical point, the battle chi arrived and drowned the teleportation door. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, 3 painful screams resounded through the clouds. Boom. Yin Nanshan also collided with the battle chi and was once again sent flying, his blood splattering across the sky. Damn it. Qin Feiyang roared like thunder, rushing into the sky and sweeping his gaze below. Suddenly, he noticed that not far away there was a teleportation door. A black figure stood in front of the door, preparing to enter the teleportation door. Halt! Qin Feiyang roared and turned into a ray of light as he rushed over. However, the black figure completely ignored him and directly walked in, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whiz! At this time, Yin Nanshan chased to Qin Feiyang's side and asked solemnly, "Where is he?" Teleported away. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air, his gaze gloomy. Yin Nanshan said angrily, "Bastard, who is it?" Was. Qin Feiyang turned in the air and landed on top of the ruins looking down. Old Monster Dong and the other two had already disappeared, leaving only some broken corpses and severed limbs on the ground. The portal had also been shattered. Qin Feiyang looked at the guards again. Everyone was riddled with scars. Some of them were lying on the ground on the verge of death, their eyes filled with terror. Some of them were barely able to stand. They scanned their surroundings with dazed expressions. Obviously, they did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in the manor head's residence. Whoosh! At this moment, an old figure descended from the sky. It was the prefecture lord. But when he saw the broken ground below, the old man's face darkened. "Greetings, manor lord." The guards hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Yin Nanshan also flew over and bowed. The manor head glanced at the guards before raising his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Yin Nanshan. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and kept silent. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with the old man. Because, if the old man had returned earlier, the mysterious battle master would not have dared to make a move. Now there was no evidence. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find out the identity of the mysterious battle master. However, the old man was Ren Wushuang's grandfather after all, and he was also the ruler of the spiritual state. He did not dare to really blame him. The manor head said, "Tell me." Yin Nanshan said respectfully, "Manor head, this is what happened." However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand to open a portal. The manor head and Yin Nanshan looked at him in confusion. "Come to the Dong family's residence for support." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly and entered the portal, quickly disappearing without a trace. Just as the manor head returned, a black shadow suddenly appeared above the Dong family's residence. He was wearing a black mask on his face so his face could not be seen clearly. As soon as this person appeared, he did not say a word. With a wave of his hands, battle aura surged and turned into a destructive torrent that blasted towards the Dong family below. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the entire Dong family's residence was instantly razed to the ground. What's going on? The people on the streets all turned pale with fright. Fatty and the Wolf King, as well as the man and woman, all looked at the black figure in bewilderment. Fatso shouted, "Brother Wolf, he must be that mysterious war master. Quickly stop him, I will immediately send a message to boss." "Fuck, why don't you go?" Wolf King glared at him fiercely. The other party was a genuine war master. Even if he had those 2 broken bones, he was no match for him. Fatso laughed sinisterly. With Fat Lord's little strength, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death if he ran over? Boom. The black figure pointed in the air again, and his battle aura turned into a long rainbow, once again blasting towards the Dong family below. Next. He did not stay any longer and opened a portal, preparing to leave. Fatso urged, "Brother Wolf, if you don't stop him now, it will be too late." "Fuck, let's go all out." Wolf King clenched his teeth, took out 2 ribs and soared into the sky, rushing towards the black figure. It was indeed hiding nearby. When the man and woman saw the Wolf King appear, their eyes flashed with light. At the same time, the black figure also looked at the Wolf King in astonishment, but soon after, the expression in his eyes became extremely disdainful. He pointed his finger in the air, his battle aura gushing out like a sharp sword, explosively shooting towards Wolf King. "Broken bones, whether or not I can keep my life depends on you," Wolf King whispered, his eyes filled with seriousness. Boom. In the next moment, it turned into a muscular wolf. Its body was more than 10 meters tall. Grabbing onto 2 ribs, it crazily charged forward. "Reckless fool." The black figure sneered and walked towards the teleportation gate without looking back. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air above the Dong family. "It really is here." As soon as he saw the situation here, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He stretched out his arm, pointed his index finger in the air, and a red sword aura filled the air. It shot towards the teleportation gate in the sky. As long as the teleportation gate was smashed, this person would not be able to escape. What a troublesome little beast. The black figure was furious. With a wave of his hand, his battle aura roared, crushing the red sword aura as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He aggressively rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom. At this moment, Wolf King and the battle aura arrow collided. Ow. Accompanied by a painful howl, Wolf King was immediately sent flying. His strong body was lacerated, and his blood dyed the void red. "Bastard, I will definitely kill you." Qin Feiyang was furious. He used the phantom steps, narrowly dodged the battle aura attack, and continued to rush towards the teleportation gate. "Humph. Kill me? You don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang, just wait for your death." The black figure sneered coldly and stepped into the teleportation gate. "Let's see where you can escape to today." An angry voice sounded. Yin Nanshan and the Mansion Master appeared almost at the same time. The Mansion Master immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rushed towards the teleportation gate from all directions. Boom. The teleportation gate was instantly smashed. The black figure was about to disappear, but as the teleportation gate was smashed, he fell out of the void. Damn it. Why is the Mansion Master back? When he saw the Mansion Master, he could no longer remain calm and hurriedly fled out of the city. "You still want to escape in front of me?" The Mansion Master's eyes were cold and his old body trembled. A shocking pressure, like a volcanic eruption, instantly shrouded the world. The black figure was immediately imprisoned in the void. "I want to see who you are," Yin Nanshan said coldly and rushed towards the black figure. "Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, I will kill you sooner or later." The black figure roared. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang and Wolf King stopping him, he wouldn't have fallen into this crisis at all. "I will kill you now." Qin Feiyang swooped down with a murderous aura. Boom. But at this moment, a vast force descended from the sky and smashed the Mansion Master's pressure. It swept up the black figure and fled out of the city at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang and Yin Nanshan stopped at the same time, their faces full of shock. The Mansion Master was also stunned and was instantly enraged. He leaped across the sky and chased after the black figure. "What's going on?" Yin Nanshan was a little confused. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and he was about to chase after him. "Boss, come here." Suddenly, Fatty's shout rang out. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw Fatso standing in the ruins, his face full of anxiety. Fatso was holding a palm-sized small beast in his hands. It was Wolf King, but at this moment, it was covered in blood and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart sank immediately and he swooped down hurriedly. Yin Nanshan also quickly followed. Whoosh. The two of them landed beside Fatso. Qin Feiyang asked, "What happened to the white-eyed wolf?" Fatso said in a low voice, "His aura is very weak, I'm afraid his life is in danger." "Bastard." Qin Feiyang cursed, took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Wolf King's mouth. Fatso said angrily, "It's no use, I have already given it a healing pill, but it didn't get better at all." Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. "Feiyang, don't worry." Yin Nanshan comforted him, then carefully checked on Wolf King's condition. "I knew that person was the war sect, but I still asked Brother Wolf to stall him. I was the one who harmed Wolf King. I really deserve to die. Boss, do you think Brother Wolf will die? Fatso grabbed his hair, his face full of pain and self-blame. No. How can a scourge like him die so easily? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yan Nanshan stood up and said, his injuries are very serious. If we don't think of a way, his life will really be in danger. Fatso's gaze trembled as he looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang and asked, Boss, what should we do? Brother Wolf can't die. Right. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, a healing pill with 5 Dan veins will definitely be able to save Brother Wolf's life. Quickly take a look inside the universe bag. Qin Feiyang took out the universe bag, searched for a moment and shook his head at Fatso. Let this old man take a look. Just as the 3 of them were at a loss, the palace chief flew over and landed beside the 3 of them, observing Wolf King's injuries. Gradually, the palace chief's old eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, Ruffian Wolf's sea of consciousness is broken. I'm afraid that no matter how good the healing pill is, it will be useless. The sea of consciousness is broken. Qin Feiyang's face instantly paled and said anxiously, Old master, you are so strong, you must have a way, right? The sea of consciousness is where the soul resides. It is as important as the sea of consciousness. I'm afraid I have no way. The palace chief shook his head. Chapter 466. The mansion master sighed deeply and said, Don't worry, I can't do anything, but that doesn't mean others can't either. Was a way? Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly, and strands of flames of hope burned in his eyes. The mansion master said, I have an old rival. She has awakened a very special battle soul that has extremely strong healing abilities and can help repair one's consciousness. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, Where is she? I'll go find her right away. The mansion master said, You can't rush this because she's not in Lingzhou. Not in Lingzhou? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The mansion master patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, although Ruffian will remain asleep, his life won't be in danger. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Nanshan asked, Mansion master, did you catch up to that person? The mansion master shook his head. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were in disbelief. Even the mansion master couldn't catch up? How is that possible? Fatso asked, Then do you know who that black figure is? The mansion master said, His voice is very unfamiliar. I'm guessing that he must have changed his voice. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, I still insist on my suspicion. It must be one of the 10 commanders. That's impossible. The mansion master said decisively. Yan Nanshan said, Mansion master, you still don't understand the situation, Qin Feiyang, and I think that this matter must be related to the 10 commanders. The situation. The mansion master frowned and glanced at the increasing crowd. We'll talk about it when we get back. After that, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate, taking the lead to walk in. Take good care of it. Qin Feiyang reminded Fatso and sent Fatso and Wolf King into the castle, then entered the teleportation gate with Yan Nanshan. The next moment, the 3 of them landed in front of a courtyard. This was the residence of the mansion master. Entering the courtyard, the mansion master sat in front of a stone table by the pond and said, Tell me what's going on? Qin Feiyang said, Call the 10 commanders here first. Hearing that, Yan Nanshan's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious war sect had been rescued and was definitely not in the mansion right now. Naturally, he would not be able to rush here. When the time comes, he would know who the mysterious battle master's identities. The mansion master frowned. He still didn't believe that this person was one of the 10 great commanders. However, he didn't say anything. He shouted, 10 great commanders, come to me immediately. His voice was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, one after another, figures to success. There were men and women, old and young, and their auras were unfathomable. Exactly, there were 10. The 10 commanders bowed and said, T. The mansion master nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang saying, If you have anything to ask, just ask. Yan Nanshan whispered, Feiyang, did we guess wrongly? Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head and whispered, Uncle Yan, go to the Dong family again and see if there are any survivors. Yes. Yan Nanshan nodded, bowed to the mansion master, and opened the teleportation gate to leave. No matter how deep you hide, I will find you. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He glanced at Wang Hong and the others and cupped his fists. May I ask, where were you all just now? We heard the commotion just now, so we all went to the meeting hall. But when we rushed there, you were already gone. So we waited in the meeting hall for the mansion master's orders. Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang asked, were they all there? Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, I think there were 2 people who weren't there at the time. Oh. Qin Feiyang asked. Zhao He, 3rd young master Chao Shui Huiyun. Wang Hong turned to look at the 2 men and 1 woman beside him and said, if I remember correctly, you guys came later, right? The 3 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 of them. Zhao He was an old man in white with white hair and a white beard. He was also wearing a pure white robe like an otherworldly expert, exuding an otherworldly aura. 3rd young master Chao was a young man. His body was quite thin, and he held a jade flute in his hand, giving off a scholarly aura. Shui Huiyun was also a young woman. She was beautiful, wearing a black lace dress that accentuated her graceful figure, making her look extremely charming. At the same time, the 3 of them also nodded at Qin Feiyang in a friendly manner. It was definitely impossible for Shui Huiyun, because she was a woman and could be excluded. As for Zhao He and 3rd young master Chao, Qin Feiyang really couldn't tell. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, may I ask the 3 seniors, where were you at that time and what were you doing? 3rd young master Chao laughed. At that time, we were chasing after a war master realm beast outside the city, and it was only when our subordinates sent us a message that we found out that something big had happened in the city. Outside the city? Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace and asked, you're all here? Yes, we're all here. 3rd young master Chao nodded. Shui Huiyun and Zhao He also nodded in agreement. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Hong and the other 6 were definitely fine. But these 3 people were fine as well? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? But who had the ability to hide Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue in the palace master's residence? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master and asked, sir, are there any other war sectas here? The palace master said, other than this old man, there are only them. Wang Hong was puzzled. Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want to know? The palace master said, he is suspecting that the black figure from before is one of you. What? Qin Feiyang, you can't say this without any evidence. That's right, we are all reputable figures in the spiritual state. You will ruin our reputation like this. Wang Hong and the others immediately frowned, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Qin Feiyang said, I have evidence. Wang Hong said, what evidence? At that moment, Qin Feiyang explained the whole story in detail. There's actually such a thing. When the palace master heard this, he immediately slammed his palm on the stone table, his old face full of anger. The 10 commanders' faces were also filled with bewilderment. Wang Hong said, Qin Feiyang, call Wei Zhongyang out, I want to ask him face to face. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Wei Zhongyang appeared out of thin air. Greetings, palace master. Greetings, commanders. Wei Zhongyang immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Wang Hong asked, is what Qin Feiyang said true? It's true. Wei Zhongyang nodded. Wang Hong said angrily, how dare you? Do you know why Qin Feiyang and the others didn't expose their background? Wei Zhongyang's body trembled and he said, Commander, please tell me. It's the palace master's order, no one is allowed to leak it. You actually told the Dong family and even asked them to kidnap his family. Tell me, how many lives do you have to kill? Wang Hong shouted. Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. Wei Zhongyang hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. It turned out that all of this was the palace master's idea. Qin Feiyang said, Senior Wang Hong, there's no point in holding him accountable now. Wang Hong said, then tell me, what do we have to do to make you believe us? I don't know either. But Yi and Auntie Shui were locked up in the mansion. And the only people who have this ability, except for the palace master, are you guys. Qin Feiyang said. 3rd young master Chao said, in fact it's very simple. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue must have seen that person. Let them come out and identify him. This method is feasible. The palace master nodded. But Qin Feiyang didn't think so. This person was cunning and would definitely not show his true face. However, he still wanted to give it a try. With a thought, he took Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi out and said with a smile, Auntie Shui, have you seen them? The 2 of them looked at the 10 commanders. A moment later, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, no. Wang Hong asked, then have you seen the person who kidnapped you? Yes. But he wore a mask on his face, we don't know what he looks like. Luo Qianxue said. This is a bit difficult. Wang Hong frowned. Suddenly, Zhao He said, I know how to find the culprit. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Zhao he said with a smile, Lin Yi and Luo Qinxue must know where they are locked up. As long as we find this place, we will naturally know who this person is. Yes. Wang Hong's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Yi and Luo Qinxue and said, then describe the place where you are locked up for us. Luo Qinxue said, we only know that it is a secret room about 10 meters long. There is nothing inside, let alone any eye-catching signs. Wang Hong said, then how were you locked up? Luo Qinxue said, the entrance and exit are all through the portal. There is no sign and nothing to prove it. The Dong family, the only one who knew, was also exterminated. It seems that this matter is more complicated than we thought. Shui Huyin sighed. The others also frowned. Qin Feiyang had also been paying attention to the changes in their expressions, but he didn't see anything strange. The mansion master said with a smile, anyway, the truth of the Lu family's extermination is finally revealed. Qin Feiyang doesn't have to be imprisoned anymore, but, speaking of this, the mansion master looked at Wang Hong and said, you promoted Wei Zhongyang, so you must be jointly and severally responsible. Wang Hong bowed and said, I am willing to accept the punishment. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Senior Wang Hong also cherishes talents, but he was unlucky to meet a villain, so I hope the mansion master can give him a way out. In this case, this matter is over. Wang Hong, later you go and announce to the world that Qin Feiyang is innocent. At the same time, you 10 commanders, go and investigate for this old man. You must find that person for this old man. Dare to make trouble in this old man's mansion, I will not let him off easily. As for Wei Zhongyang and Qin Feiyang, you deal with them as you see fit. Yes. Chapter 467. The mansion master said, if there is nothing else, you can go now. We will take our leave. The 10 great commanders bowed, then turned and left. Qin Feiyang sent Luo Qinxue and Lin Yi into the castle. But at this moment, Yan Nanshan appeared out of thin air, leaned close to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered, except for some servants and children playing outside, everyone is dead. Qin Feiyang said, the 9 clan elders are also dead? Yan Nanshan nodded and said, yes, no one is alive. Even their bodies can't be found. Is there really no way? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his eyes full of unwillingness. What are you muttering about? The mansion master looked at them in confusion. Yan Nanshan said, sir, it's like this. Just now, Qin Feiyang asked me to see if there are any survivors in the Dong family. The mansion master asked, are there any survivors? The 10 commanders also stopped and turned to look at Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan was about to say no. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, there are survivors. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Yan Nanshan's eyes also flashed a touch of suspicion. Wang Hong asked, who? The second clan elder of the Dong family. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 commanders and said word by word. He's not dead? That's great. He must know the identity of the mysterious battle master. Where is he now? The 10 commanders were all overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was obviously bluffing them, and the result was already out. Was a failure. Because the 10 people's expressions were not abnormal. Give up? No. The white-eyed wolf almost died because of this. They can't just let it go like this. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yan Nanshan and said with a smile, Uncle Yin, where did you lock up the second clan elder? This? Yan Nanshan glanced at the mansion master and the others, hesitating. He didn't know what Qin Feiyang was doing, so he didn't know how to answer. Don't worry, we're all on the same side here. We won't leak anything out. Qin Feiyang smiled. As he spoke, he gave Yan Nanshan a subtle look. What kind of medicine is this brat hiding in his gourd? Yan Nanshan was full of doubts, but he could not show it now. He had to cooperate. But how was he supposed to cooperate? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It turned out that this brat was purposely setting up a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. After figuring this out, Yan Nanshan had a plan in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to the manor lord, although the second elder is not dead, he is severely injured and is currently in a coma. All right. The manor lord was overjoyed and asked, does anyone else know? No. When I found him, there was no one around, so I secretly sent him to the holy temple and placed him in my resting room. Yan Nanshan said. The manor lord said, well done, this matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, when the mysterious war sect receives the news, they will definitely find an opportunity to silence him. Wang Hong said, how about this, we'll place him here with the manor lord. This way, even if that person receives the news, he won't dare to act rashly. I don't agree. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Hong frowned. Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Don't tell me you don't even trust the Manor Lord? Qin Feiyang said, it's not that I don't trust him, it's because that person is too powerful. If we have to talk about safety, then my castle is the safest place. Yes, we'll place him in your castle. When he wakes up, immediately bring him to see this old man. This is the only clue, there can't be any mistakes. The Manor Lord warned. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Manor Lord waved his hand and said, then let's disperse. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yan Nanshan and said, Uncle Yin, let's go to your resting room immediately. Yan Nanshan opened a portal. Qin Feiyang also sent Wei Zhongyang into the castle. Then, the two of them walked in one after the other. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in a resting room. Yan Nanshan immediately asked, Feiyang, are you sure it's really one of the 10 commanders? I'm sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Nanshan frowned. Then will he take the bait? Definitely. Qin Feiyang sneered. Yan Nanshan said, if he really takes the bait, then you may be in danger. Qin Feiyang said, as long as we can lure him out, I'm not afraid of any danger, but now we have to plan well, there can't be any more mistakes. Yan Nanshan said, tell me, I'll cooperate with you. Qin Feiyang said, cunning people are usually very suspicious, his first step will definitely be to go to the Dong family to confirm. Yan Nanshan said, you can rest assured about this, I've already confirmed, not even a strand of hair is left. If that's the case, he will definitely believe it. The second step is to kill me. But before he kills me, he will definitely confirm if there are any war sect hidden in the castle. That includes you. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Nanshan frowned. If I don't secretly protect you and he attacks you, won't you be dead for sure? Qin Feiyang said, so, I have to find a war sect to hide in the castle. Yan Nanshan asked, can Fan Jian do it? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I also mentioned Fan Jian just now, the mysterious war sect will definitely pay attention to his movements. Then who are you looking for? Yan Nanshan frowned. Qin Feiyang said, I can't find any of the war sects in the prefecture, but I can nurture a few war sects. Yan Nanshan's eyes lit up and laughed. Yes, you have the 9-Chu Yellow Dragon Dan, it's easy for you to nurture a few war sects, but I have to warn you, you must nurture someone you can trust. I know this. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and muttered for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. I thought of someone. Oh. Yan Nanshan asked. Someone I can't trust but I can work with. Qin Feiyang smiled, opened the teleportation door, and appeared in the sky above the inner hall. It's Qin Feiyang. This fiend is back again. When the disciples in the plaza saw Qin Feiyang, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes and whisper to each other. Qin Feiyang ignored them and flew directly to the Cultivation Palace. Swish! A purple-clothed man flew into the sky and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. He said indifferently, Qin Feiyang, shouldn't you be returning to the Pillfire Hall? What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, aren't you being too nosy? Does the inner hall belong to you? Do I have to report to you where I go? The man blocking his way was the martial arts hall master. Qin Feiyang had long been unhappy with him, so he naturally wouldn't be nice to him. What's going on? Is he going to fight with the hall master? It's hard to say. This fiend isn't afraid of anything. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. The disciples below whispered. The martial arts hall master's face darkened and said, what's with your attitude? A good attitude is for people who are worthy of respect. As for people like you who create trouble out of nothing, I should be giving you enough face by standing here and talking to you. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, flew past the martial arts hall master, and entered the Cultivation Palace without looking back. Bastard. I'm going to tell the chief hall master to teach you a lesson. The martial arts hall master was furious. He opened the teleportation door and left quickly. On the first floor of the Cultivation Palace, Qin Feiyang walked in a long corridor. When the disciples saw him, they immediately hid in the cultivation room. It felt as though they had seen a devil. Qin Feiyang frowned and used the phantom steps to grab the arm of a disciple who was about to hide in the cultivation room. That disciple was instantly terrified and begged, Senior Brother Qin, there's no reason between us. Please don't kill me. Ah. Qin Feiyang was astonished and smiled bitterly. I'm not a murderous maniac. Is there a need to do this? Then what do you want? That disciple panicked. Qin Feiyang asked, which cultivation room is Dong Xingyang in? Number 2. That disciple didn't even think and blurted out. Swish. Qin Feiyang immediately used his speed and rushed to the courtyard. What did he ask you? After Qin Feiyang left, a group of people immediately surrounded that disciple. That disciple said, he is asking about senior brother Dong Xingyang. What? Is he going to deal with senior brother Dong? Everyone was surprised. Arriving at the bottom of the courtyard, Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the top floor. He glanced at the number on the stone door and walked straight to the door of the number 1 cultivation room. Dong. He reached out and knocked on the door. Not long after, the stone door opened and a young man entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and his body was quite strong. He wore a black fitted long robe, and his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like black gems giving off a wild aura. But Qin Feiyang noticed that this person's eyes were a little red and swollen, and there was a trace of sadness between his brows. It seemed that this person already knew what had happened just now. What are you doing here? Dong Xingyang asked, his voice low and hoarse. Qin Feiyang said, aren't you going to invite me in? You're not welcome. Dong Xingyang coldly said and prepared to close the door. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, pressed on the stone door and said indifferently, don't you want to avenge your father, your ancestor, and your dead clansmen? Dong Xingyang gritted his teeth and said, I want to, but I know that I can't kill you now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I thought that our enemy was the same person, but it turns out that you treat me as an enemy. Forget it, pretend that I never came. Finished? Qin Feiyang turned and left. Dong Xingyang stood in front of the door, his eyes flickering and said, come in. Qin Feiyang stopped, turned around and walked into the cultivation room. Dong Xingyang also closed the stone door and said, you want to cooperate with me? That's right. Although the reason why the Dong family has fallen to such a state is indeed related to me, that mysterious war sect is the main culprit. Because my original intention was only to chase your Dong family out of the state capital, and not to exterminate your entire family like I did to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang said, there's no point in talking about this now. Just say it, how do we cooperate? Qin Feiyang's eyes became incomparably sharp, like blades of blades and said, I will help you step into the war sect and immediately step into the war sect. Then we will work together to lure that mysterious war sect out. War sect. Chapter 468. War Master was a realm that everyone yearned for. However, there was an insurmountable gap between the 9-star War Emperor and the War Master. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many 9-star War Emperor in the state capital, but so few War Masters. Although Dong Xingyang was confident that he could step into the War Master with his own talent, it would take time. Moreover, he was improving and so was the mysterious War Master. So, if he could break through to the War Master now, he would undoubtedly save a lot of time and close the gap. However, Dong Xingyang also had his concerns. Qin Feiyang was a cunning old fox. Cooperating with him was equivalent to asking a tiger for its skin. What if he was tricked by Qin Feiyang midway? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, if you don't cooperate with me, I will find someone else. I believe that there are many people who want to cooperate with me. Dong Xingyang pondered for a moment, then nodded, all right, let's cooperate, but I have a condition. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang said, during the cooperation, both sides are not allowed to stab each other in the back. Qin Feiyang nodded, of course, what's more, you are about to step into the War Master, I can't hurt you. Can you really let me step into the War Master immediately? Dong Xingyang was surprised. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and opened the furnace to refine pills. Not long after, he appeared with a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and handed it to Dong Xingyang, saying, take it and in less than half a day, you will be able to break through. Dong Xingyang's eyes lit up, but he grabbed the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and did not dare to take it. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Dong Xingyang still did not dare to put it in his mouth. Although I am a ruthless person, I don't want to use such underhanded methods. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you. Come to the Pill Fire Hall's second alchemy room early in the morning to find me. Remember, you have to use the teleportation gate. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he sent the coordinates to Dong Xingyang. Then he opened the portal and strode away. Dong Xingyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the dissipating portal. When the teleportation door completely dissipated, he lowered his head to look at the 9-tunes yellow dragon pill. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He threw the pill into his mouth without hesitation. Next, he closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. His appearance was rather comical. In the meantime, in a certain cultivation room. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. A peerless beauty was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in the pill refining room. It was Ren Wuxia. Every time Qin Feiyang saw this cheap sister of his, he felt that she was very stunning. Seeing that Ren Wuxia was indifferent, as if she didn't notice, Qin Feiyang quietly walked up to her, ready to scare her. But just as he approached, Ren Wuxia suddenly opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister, where's the lion-headed eagle?" Ren Wuxia said, "It and the blood eagle are still outside the city." "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need its help. Let it come back first." "Help?" Ren Wuxia was slightly taken aback and asked, "What are you going to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it. Concentrate on your cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between you and me will be even bigger." "Amazing, isn't it?" Ren Wuxia glared. She remembered that when they first met in the ruins, Qin Feiyang was only a martial arts great master. But now, not only had he caught up with her, he had even surpassed her. She was already very unhappy. Now that Qin Feiyang said this, she was naturally even more unhappy. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "When sister takes the Jianghu yellow dragon pill, her cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, who will be your opponent?" "Don't talk nonsense." Ren Wuxia glared at him and said worriedly, "I've heard about Ruffian Wolf's situation from Grandpa. Is it okay now?" "Grandpa said that its life will not be in danger. After I'm done with this, I'll take it to repair its knowledge. See." At the mention of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang's heart became heavy. Ren Wuxia comforted, "Don't worry too much. Since Grandpa said there's a way, there must be a way." "I know. I'll go back to the alchemy room first. When Old Eagle comes back, give it the Jianghu yellow dragon pill with 2 patterns. Tomorrow morning, tell it to come to the alchemy room number 2 to find me. It must use the transmission door. I don't want anyone to know that it's back." Qin Feiyang instructed. "Okay." Ren Wuxia nodded. After Qin Feiyang gave the coordinates, he opened the transmission door again and returned directly to the alchemy room number 2. Then he began to refine battle chi pills. Now, not only Lu Hong recovered to the Battle King realm, but also Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. He would need more battle chi pills. Therefore, as long as he has spare time, he must strive to refine more. At the same time, Wang Hong came forward and told the truth about the Lu family's extermination to the world. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that they had misunderstood Qin Feiyang. In a restaurant, a man and a woman sat opposite each other in a corner. "The Dong family is almost exterminated now. Master asked us to capture old monster Dong and others. Can be said that we have failed. What should we do next?" The woman asked. "What else can we do? Now we can only find an opportunity to take away Lu Xingchen's body. And we can't delay any longer. Otherwise Lu Xingchen's body will rot." The man said. The woman frowned and said, "Who should we ask for the coordinates of the inner hall?" "Asking for the coordinates of the inner hall will definitely arouse suspicion. It's a bit troublesome. It seems that we can only ask the 2 beast emperors for help now." The man sighed. The woman said, "Then it's not too late. Let's leave the city immediately." The man nodded, got up, paid the bill and was about to walk out of the restaurant. But at this time, a conversation caught their attention. "I didn't expect the Dong family to be exterminated. Who is that black figure? Why can't even the mansion master catch him? Who knows? But then again, this Dong family is really stupid. Yeah, of all people to offend, they just had to offend Qin Feiyang. Isn't this courting death? It seems that the lesson of the Lu family didn't teach them a lesson. No, the Dong family is much better than the Lu family. The Lu family is really exterminated, but the Dong family still has Dong Xingyang, the evildoer. I heard that some of the Dong family's disciples who went out escaped by luck. It seems that Dong Qing is still alive. Speaking of Dong Qing, it's really a pity." Indeed. She was originally a talented girl with a bright future, but she had to provoke Qin Feiyang. Now she's a cripple. In the center of the restaurant's lobby, a few young men and women were sitting around a table, discussing. "Dong Qing is still alive?" The young man and the young woman looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. They immediately walked out of the restaurant and sped toward the Dong family. The restaurant was only 1 street away from the Dong family. The 2 of them soon arrived at the Dong family. However, all that was left of the Dong clan was a wasteland that was filled with a tragic aura. At this moment, a group of people gathered in front of the Dong family's gate, looking at the ruins in front of them, their eyes filled with sorrow. These people were the servants and disciples of the Dong family who were lucky enough to survive. Dong Qing was standing at the back of the crowd, crying and heartbroken. Why? What did the Dong family do to offend you? Why are you so cruel? She clenched her fists, her face pale and her eyes full of hatred. Miss, we want to talk to you. At this moment, a cold voice came into Dong Qing's ears. Dong Qing turned around and saw a man and a woman standing next to her. They were two unfamiliar faces. I haven't seen you in the Dong family. You don't belong to the Dong family. Who are you? Dong Qing looked at them warily. The woman leaned over to Dong Qing's ear and whispered something. At this moment, Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. She looked at the two of them in surprise and said in a low voice, "Come with me." The three of them walked into a deserted alley. Dong Qing turned to look at the woman and said in disbelief, "Why are you still alive?" The woman said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Now you just need to answer me. Do you want to cooperate with us?" Dong Qing said, "What do I get from cooperating with you?" The woman said, "I don't know what you can get, but you don't have a choice now. I don't have many wishes. As long as you can help me kill Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf, as well as that mysterious battle sect. If you can do it, I'll agree to go with you." Dong Qing pondered for a moment and said, "We can't make the decision on this matter. We have to ask Master first. But I can tell you in advance that Qin Feiyang's potential pill formula was obtained from our master." The woman said, "Our master is powerful. As long as he agrees to help you take revenge, even if there are 10 Qin Feiyang, he can easily kill them." The man followed. Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. Without hesitation she said, "Okay, I'll go with you." The man said, "Take your clansmen with you." "Why do I have to take them with me?" Dong Qing was puzzled. The man said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good." "All right." Dong Qing nodded. The three of them walked out of the alley and came to the gate of the Dong family. The man waved his hand and opened a portal. Dong Qing looked at the clansmen and said loudly, "Everyone follow me." After that she took the lead and stepped into the portal. Although Dong Qing's sea of qi was broken and her cultivation was crippled, she was still the apple of the Dong family's patriarch's eye. She used to be an inner disciple, so she was quite prestigious in the Dong family. And at this moment she was undoubtedly the backbone of the Dong family. They heard about it. Although the others were a little confused, they all followed in. Outside the city, on the top of a giant mountain, the Dong family members appeared one after another. Dong Qing glanced around, turned to the man and the woman and asked, "Where is this?" The man and the woman looked at each other, knelt respectfully on the ground and shouted, "Welcome demonic snake emperor, sand whale emperor." The Dong family members were surprised. Boom. Two terrifying auras appeared all of a sudden. A white jade demonic snake and a sand whale rose from the mountain below and landed on the top of the mountain. The demonic snake emperor glanced at the Dong family members and asked, "Why are there so few people?" The man said, "Master, something big happened in the city." Immediately, he briefly explained the matter of the mysterious battle sect slaughtering the Dong family. "So that's how it is." The two beasts showed a look of understanding. Chapter 469. Boom. The next moment, the two ferocious beasts erupted and instantly reverted to their true forms. They were dozens of feet tall, like two huge mountains in the sky. Then, they opened their bloody mouths at the same time. A gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. Apart from Dong Qing and the man and woman, the rest of the people were swallowed alive by them. Ha! After sleeping for thousands of years, I really miss the taste of human flesh and blood. The demonic snake emperor laughed wildly like a devil, causing Dong Qing's beautiful face to turn pale. She looked at the man and woman and roared, "Why did you kill them?" The man said, "Sorry, this is Master's order. We have to do this." Sigh. The woman sighed deeply and said, "Dong Qing, I won't hide it from you. My Lu family was also exterminated by Master." "That's right, this woman was Lu Tingting." "What?" Dong Qing's body and mind trembled. She said in surprise, "The Lu family was exterminated by him and you're still willing to work for him?" Lu Tingting pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. Who said she was willing? But her life was in the hands of others and she couldn't resist at all. The Sand Whale Emperor said impatiently, "Cut the crap. Go to the inner palace immediately and get Lu Xingqian's body as soon as possible. Go back and report. Remember, no one will know." "Yes." The man bowed and looked at Dong Qing. Sigh. Dong Qing sighed and gave the man the coordinates. Then the man opened a portal, and the three people and two beasts walked in one after another. Whoosh. They appeared in a dense forest. Lu Tingting looked around and looked at Dong Qing, asking, "Where is this?" Dong Qing said, "In front of us is the cemetery of the Inner Palace. If the Inner Palace disciples are unfortunate enough to die, they will be buried in the cemetery." The demonic snake emperor and the sand whale emperor swept up the three people and sped forward. 10 breaths later, a huge mausoleum entered their sight. In the cemetery, there were neat tombstones of the same height, and names were engraved on them. Around them, thick trees swayed in the wind, their branches and leaves lush. There were some wild flowers planted in front of each grave. They were competing with each other in terms of beauty, and they emitted a delicate fragrance. But even so, this place still seemed gloomy, and it made one shudder with fear. Brother Xing Chen's grave is there. Lu Tingting scanned the cemetery and her gaze suddenly locked onto the second tombstone in the last row. The three words, Lu Xingchen, were especially glaring. The sand whale emperor said, "Hurry up and dig his corpse out." The man immediately stepped forward and started digging the grave. Lu Tingting walked up to the tombstone and looked at the words Lu Xingchen on it. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. He was once the pride of the generation, the center of attention. He even led the Lu clan to unprecedented glory. However, at this moment it was buried underground. It was truly lamentable. Very soon, the man dug up the grave and carried out Lu Xingchen's corpse. He laid it flat on the ground and observed it carefully. Then he looked at the two beast emperors and nodded, "Not rotten." The demonic snake emperor said, "Very good. Hurry up and fill up the grave. Don't leave any traces." The man said, "My lady, I'm afraid it's impossible to not leave any traces." Dong Qing said, "It's fine. Usually no one will come here. Just fill up the hole and sprinkle some withered leaves on it." The man nodded and quickly finished everything. Then he opened a portal and left with Lu Xingchen's corpse. The whole process was very smooth. No one noticed it. Time flew by. The next morning, Qin Feiyang finally stopped refining pills. After sending the battle chi pills to the castle, he sat in the lounge and closed his eyes to recuperate. The higher the grade of the pill fire and cauldron, the more mental strength he consumed. In the past he could refine pills continuously for a month without a problem. But now he felt a little tired after refining for a day and a night. However, the feeling of exhaustion was not very obvious. When the sun rose, a black beast shadow descended in the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a black falcon flapping its wings and flying into the lounge. "Ayaya. Kit, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so awesome." Lion-headed eagle cried out. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled, "Aren't you even more awesome now?" Lion-headed eagle's current aura was very strong. It was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. "This is all thanks to you." This emperor also didn't expect that the little guy from back then would have today's achievements. "Kid, we are good brothers. If there are any benefits in the future, don't forget this emperor." Lion-headed eagle chuckled. "Of course." Qin Feiyang laughed. Lion-headed eagle smiled from ear to ear, as if he suddenly thought of something and said, "Give this emperor some potential pills and potential pills." "What?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lion-headed eagle said, "Master and this emperor's little follower will need it in the future." The master was naturally Ren Wushuang. The little follower was Shuang. Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, "Didn't I already give the potential pill and potential pill to sister?" Lion-headed eagle laughed, "Master has already given it to me. Right now, this emperor is an existence that has opened the 5th level of the gate of potential." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this cheap sister too generous? But when he thought back to the past, he felt relieved. Ren Wushuang had been in the ruins for more than 20 years, and the lion-headed eagle had never left her, and had even thought of ways to save her. Qin Feiyang took out 6 potential pills, put them in a jade box and threw them to lion-headed eagle. "Haha, you brat, you are indeed loyal." Lion-headed eagle was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "If not for my sister, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Lion-headed eagle was not angry, because it knew that Qin Feiyang was just joking. Shwa. Not long after, another black figure appeared. It was Dong Xingyang. His aura was extremely dense, and it was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dong Xingyang was stunned when he saw Lion-headed eagle. Lion-headed eagle was also stunned when he saw Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know each other?" Lion-headed eagle sneered, "Who doesn't know the genius of the Dong family?" Dong Xingyang raised his eyebrows and said, Lion-headed eagle, why are you here? What does it have to do with you? Do you want to fight? Back then, this emperor was able to beat you up until you ran all over the streets. Now this emperor can still beat you up. Lion-headed eagle looked at him provocatively. Dong Xingyang's face darkened and said in a deep voice, then come and try. Io, so awesome, this emperor is so scared. Lion-headed eagle hid behind Qin Feiyang and cried out strangely, but its eyes were filled with ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed that 20 years ago, these two fellows had formed quite a few grudges. Seeing that the man and the beast were about to start fighting, Qin Feiyang anxiously said, all right, now that we are friends, we should share a common enemy. Who's friends with him? Lion-headed eagle's eyes were filled with disdain. I don't want to join hands with you either. Dong Xingyang coldly snorted, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it is Ren Wushuang's fierce beast. Could it be that you are very familiar with Ren Wushuang? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Ren Wushuang is the manor head's granddaughter. I'm not worthy to be associated with her. When I asked her for help, I actually gave her an elixir just like you. Dong Xingyang suddenly realized. But in his heart he felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of pill was this, to actually have such a terrifying divine effect? If Qin Feiyang had enough pills in his hands, wouldn't he be able to create a large number of War Master S in just a few minutes? Just thinking about it made Dong Xingyang's heart tremble. He really couldn't figure out why his father, ancestor, and little sister had to provoke this person back then. He couldn't afford to offend them at all. Qin Feiyang looked at him and said indifferently, you guys go hide in the castle first and be prepared to attack at any time. Dong Xingyang and Lion-headed eagle nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the man and the beast immediately disappeared without a trace. With the lion-headed eagle guarding the castle, he was not afraid of Dong Xingyang messing around. Next, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and whispered, the fishing plan has officially begun. Then he stepped into the teleportation gate and descended above the Dong family. Immediately, he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the Dong family still have remnants? Why wasn't there a single person now? What was going on? Shua. He swooped down and landed in front of the Dong family's gate. Qin Feiyang. When the crowd outside saw him appear, they all hid far away. Qin Feiyang turned his head and swept his gaze over and asked, where are the rest of the Dong family? Everyone shook their heads. I know. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd, looking at him with some fear. Where did they go? Qin Feiyang asked. The middle-aged man said, I don't know where they went either. I only saw a man and a woman appear yesterday and leave with them through the teleportation gate. A man and a woman? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Dong family had just been exterminated, and someone had already taken them away. Could it be a distant relative of the Dong family? Shua. With a flash, he entered the castle and asked Dong Xingyang, does your Dong family have any other branches or distant relatives? Dong Xingyang shook his head. That's strange. Qin Feiyang frowned and left the castle again. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, besides the man and the woman, is there anyone else suspicious? No. The middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the middle-aged man and said, tell me the details of the situation at that time. Seeing this, the others retreated in horror, keeping a distance from Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man also wanted to run, but Qin Feiyang's pressure emerged and directly imprisoned him. He said, I won't hurt you. Don't be nervous. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and told him in detail. What? Dong Qing is not dead. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man said, it is said that she was not in the Dong family at that time. It seems that she was out shopping with her friends and luckily escaped. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. He lowered his head and thought for a while, rubbed his forehead and stopped thinking about it. Dong Qing had a deep hatred for him. As long as she was not dead, she would appear sooner or later. There was no need to speculate. Chapter 470. But to lure this person he couldn't wander around blindly. Because this was too deliberate, it would instead arouse suspicion. Furthermore, he couldn't be in the city because that would make the mysterious war sect worry. Therefore he had to go outside the city. Shua. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and descended into the sky above a dense forest. Next, he took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Very quickly a short figure condensed. It was Huang San. Qin Feiyang? Huang San was slightly startled and said with a flattering smile, Senior brother Qin, what orders do you have? Qin Feiyang said, I am currently in a dense forest south of the city. Help me spread this news. What? Huang San did not understand. Qin Feiyang said, don't ask first. In short, don't deliberately spread it, pretend to accidentally spill the beans after the matter is done, you will benefit greatly. Huang San said, then I have to find a reason for you to be outside the city? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, just say that I have just mastered a new battle art, and am secretly practicing it outside the city. Understood, I'll do it right away. Huang San nodded. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and began to look for vicious beasts to practice with. He still believed in Huang San's ability. Moreover, this matter wasn't that difficult. Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang killed his way into the depths of the mountain range. None of the vicious beasts below the 7-star War Emperor could stop him. Why isn't he here yet? He stood in the air above a mountain peak, his brows filled with doubt. Oh! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud beast emperor, a huge black tiger rushed out from the mountain stream. It was more than 10 meters long, and its millstone-sized eyes flickered with an astonishing ferocious light. It rushed into the sky, stood in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Human, leave quickly." Qin Feiyang sized it up and sneered, "You tell me to leave and I have to leave? You're courting death." The black tiger was furious. Its ferocious aura rolled out in all directions. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. What a powerful aura! Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This beast's cultivation was definitely not lower than an 8-star combat emperor. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the giant black tiger. The man and the beast began to fight in the void. The terrifying waves of battle shook the surroundings and blood dyed the sky red. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. The ultimate. An invisible force swept out, and the giant tiger's skin and flesh immediately split open. However, this did not frighten it. Instead, it made it ferocious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he decided to play with the black tiger slowly. Because if the mysterious war master really came, then the battle fluctuations here would definitely attract him over. Time passed by slowly. Half a quarter of an hour had almost passed, but the mysterious war master still had not appeared. Qin Feiyang was about to lose his patience. Guiyuan sword art, annihilation. Qin Feiyang roared. Red sword chi emerged, condensing into 10 sword shadows, and slashed towards the giant tiger. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the ground. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, the giant tiger, or the 10 sword shadows, they were all imprisoned in the void. Is he here? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He was no stranger to pressure. He could immediately tell that this was the pressure of a war master. Whoosh! Following closely. A dazzling battle chi, along with rolling killing intent, surged out from the mountain stream below. He really came. Break for me. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With a hysterical roar, he forcefully broke free from the shackles of the pressure and entered the ancient castle. Immediately, he looked at Fatso and said, "Immediately send a message to Uncle Yen, and let him inform the mansion master." Fatso nodded. At the same time, outside, the battle chi roared, and the giant black tiger was torn to pieces on the spot. Blood stained the sky. Below the mountain stream, a black figure stood in the forest. Looking at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared, he could not help but frown. "You can't escape forever. Let's wait and see." He muttered in a low voice, opened a teleportation door and was about to leave. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again and shouted, "Which bastard is hiding in the dark and sneaking an attack? Come out and die." "You still dare to come out?" The black figure was surprised. With a wave of his hand, another battle chi rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "Are you a turtle? If you have the guts, come out and fight fair and square. If I, Qin Feiyang, take a step back, I'll be your grandson. If you don't come out, you'll be my grandson." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and dodged the battle chi. "You're courting death." The black figure's eyes revealed a cold light. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. "Why is it you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned pale with fright. "Surprised?" The black figure sneered. Qin Feiyang said in shock and anger, "What deep grudge do I have with you that you have to deliberately kill me?" The black figure said, "Hand over your ancient castle, the potential pill formula, the dagger and the nether devil flame, and I'll give you a quick death." "So you're coveting the treasures on me?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and frowned. Then how do you know my whereabouts now? The black figure said, this is all thanks to your friend Huang San. If it wasn't for him spilling the beans, I wouldn't have known that you were already outside the city. This bastard really has a big mouth. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry and said in a deep voice, who the hell are you? The black figure said indifferently, is it that important who I am? Qin Feiyang said, even if I'm going to die, you should at least let me know why I'm going to die. The black figure pondered. Qin Feiyang also held his breath. But in the end, the black figure shook his head and said, you'd better go and be a confused ghost. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but the next moment he sneered. The black figure frowned, what are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang said, you're too naive. Do you really think that Huang San accidentally spilled the beans? The black figure was startled, and a deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Qin Feiyang said, let me tell you, all of this was deliberately arranged by me in order to lure you out. What? The black figure was shocked. He didn't say half a word and angrily rushed towards Qin Feiyang. You're indeed very smart. It can even be said that you're the most difficult person I've met so far. But so what? In the end, didn't you still fall into my trap? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and waved his hand. The lion-headed eagle and Dong Xingyang appeared at the same time and shouted, hold him back. The man and the beast didn't talk nonsense and immediately rushed towards the black figure. How could this be? The black figure was extremely surprised and bewildered. Wasn't Dong Xingyang a 9-star combat emperor? When did he break through to War Master? And that lion-headed eagle, wasn't it Ren Wushuang's pet? But why was it here? Qin Feiyang sneered, are you surprised? The black figure's eyes darkened. I already guessed that before you came to kill me, you would inquire about the whereabouts of Yan Nanshan and the others. So, I didn't look for them. And Dong Xingyang is a 9-star combat emperor. You wouldn't pay attention to him. The lion-headed eagle is also an 8-star combat emperor, and it has always been outside the city. You wouldn't have thought of it, so I asked them for help. One wrong move and you'll lose everything. Today is your doomsday. Qin Feiyang shouted. Pay with your life for my Dong family's clansmen. Dong Xingyang shouted. His aura soared into the sky as he crazily rushed towards the black figure. The lion-headed eagle also returned to its original form. It was dozens of feet tall and was filled with murderous intent. The black figure glanced at the man and the beast, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I admit you're really amazing, but if you want to stop me with just the two of them, dream on. He pointed his finger in the air and the battle chi roared. The terrifying power shook the mountains and rivers, and blasted towards Dong Xingyang and the lion-headed eagle. Following closely. He waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Dong Xingyang shouted, lion-headed eagle, you block the battle chi, I'll go and hold him back. Alright. Lion-headed eagle nodded, and like a meteor, it directly crashed into the battle chi. Boom. With a loud bang, lion-headed eagle was sent flying. Its huge body was torn open and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Clang. At the same time, a black iron chain appeared behind Dong Xingyang, vibrating with an ear-piercing metallic sound. This was his fighting soul. Crash. As soon as the iron chain appeared, it was like a giant python, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the black figure. The black figure was about to enter the teleportation door. The black iron chain arrived in an instant and wrapped around the black figure's waist. Dong Xingyang said, although my fighting soul doesn't have the slightest offensive power, it's still easy to hold you back. My special ability, Immobilize. Suddenly, the black iron chain emitted a dark light, and the black figure was immediately immobilized in the void. Damn it. The black figure's expression changed and he said angrily, Dong Xingyang, although I destroyed the Dong family, I was forced to do so. The real culprit should be Qin Feiyang. Cut the crap. Dong Xingyang shouted angrily. Even now you're still trying to sow discord. You're really lousy. Lion-headed eagle charged again and a feather appeared on its back. The feather was 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked as if it was cast in gold and its entire body was golden. Golden feather, destroy. With a low roar from lion-headed eagle, the golden feather shot toward the black figure's lower abdomen like an arrow. Damn it. The black figure's eyes darkened and he roared, all of you go to hell. Boom. A huge beast shadow appeared behind him as well. It was a white crane. Chirp. With a sharp cry, its sharp claws grabbed the black iron chain. With a loud clang, the iron chain broke on the spot. Dong Xingyang immediately spat out blood. Bastard. Seeing this, lion-headed eagle cursed in its heart. With a thought, the golden domain turned in the air and blasted toward the teleportation door. Boom. The teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. The white crane's eyes flashed fiercely. It spread its wings and grabbed the golden feather, which shattered on the spot. Lion-headed eagle immediately spat out blood. The black figure suddenly turned around, looked at the two men and the beast and sneered, "Seeing my fighting soul, all of you must die today." Whoosh. However, at this moment, 10 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Yin Nanshan, Wang Hong, and the other great commanders. "It's you, Zhao He." When Wang Hong saw the white crane, he was instantly enraged. Boom. A terrifying aura surged. He took a step forward and charged toward the black figure. "Zhao He, why are you doing this?" Third young Master Chao and the others were also furious. They turned into streams of light and surrounded the black figure. "You're all here." Chapter 471. Wang Hong rushed forward, his big hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Zhao He and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, take him down first." The other 8 commanders surrounding Zhao He also immediately swarmed forward. For a moment, battle chi surged in this place, and the power of battle arts swept in all directions. Dong Xingyang and the lion-head eagle tactfully retreated, because they could not interfere in the battle of the 10 commanders. Swish. Yin Nanshan landed beside Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect it to be Zhao He." Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't expect it either." But he was very puzzled. Since it was Zhao He, why did third young Master Chao and Shui Huiyun say that Zhao He was with them yesterday? Yin Nanshan also noticed Dong Xingyang and frowned. "Feiyang, why are you working with him?" Qin Feiyang said, "Fortunately, I'm working with him, otherwise I wouldn't be able to trap Zhao He." Dong Xingyang's battle soul was actually able to trap Zhao He. This kind of innate ability made him feel very incredulous. Yin Nanshan looked at Dong Xingyang in surprise. To be able to trap Zhao He, it seemed that this monster of the Dong family was really not a simple character. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "With the 9 commanders here, Zhao He won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief." "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean?" Yin Nanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday?" After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, Yin Nanshan suddenly came to a realization. Yesterday they could have captured Zhao He, but a mysterious force suddenly descended and saved Zhao He. Today that mysterious force would probably appear again. Yin Nanshan asked in a low voice, "Could it be that Zhao He has accomplices?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't know either, but we have to be careful." "Where's the old man?" Yin Nanshan shook his head. "He only asked the 9 commanders to come, I don't know what he's doing now." Qin Feiyang frowned. At this moment, a painful scream rang out. Facing the 9 great commanders, Zhao He did not even have the strength to fight back. Not only was his fighting soul destroyed, but his body was also covered in wounds. Furthermore, the mask on his face had also shattered, and his true appearance was exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Seniors, please don't kill him." Wang Hong said, "We know." The 9 commanders charged forward once more. Zhao He was already at the end of his rope. "Qin Feiyang, don't be complacent. Sooner or later you will fall into the hands of others." Zhao He roared hysterically, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Then I'll wait." Qin Feiyang sneered. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious power appeared again. Who? Wang Hong and the others were furious. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others also lit up as they scanned the surroundings. But as far as he could see, he didn't see anything suspicious at all. Zhao He, on the other hand, was overjoyed. But at this moment, an old figure flew out from the peak of a mountain below. It was the Academy Master. With a wave of his hand, a supreme power surged and blasted towards the mysterious power. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the void began to distort. The Academy Master also took a few steps back, his face pale. But his eyes were like torches as he scanned the mountain range below and shouted, "Who is it? Don't hide like a coward." However, there was no reply. Wang Hong and the other 9 commanders also took the opportunity to take down Zhao He. Everyone waited for a while, but the mysterious power didn't appear again. Strange. When did such a powerful existence appear in the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang frowned. Swoosh. The Academy Master took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, sighing. "This person is mysterious and unfathomable. I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch him." In fact, after receiving the message, he rushed over immediately. However, he had been hiding in the dark and didn't show himself. His goal was naturally to capture this mysterious person, but unfortunately he still failed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Zhao He, who was caught by Wang Hong. His eyes flashed. Swoosh. He took a step forward and landed in front of Zhao He, saying, "Tell me, who is that mysterious person?" Zhao He said, "I don't know." Qin Feiyang sneered. "He saved you twice, how can you not know? He should be your accomplice." "I said I don't know, so I don't know. Today I've fallen into your hands. Kill me if you want. Bring it on." Zhao He stared coldly at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhao He doesn't look like he's lying. Then why did this mysterious person save him? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. The Academy Master glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at Third Young Master Chao and Shui Huiyun, asking, "Do you know your crime?" Their eyes trembled as they hurriedly said, "Sir, this has nothing to do with us. Please investigate." The Academy Master said, "Then how do you explain yesterday's situation?" Third Young Master Chao said, "This subordinate can't figure it out either, because Zhao He was indeed with us yesterday, chasing after a War Master realm beast." Shui Huiyun was also puzzled, but she suddenly thought of something and shook her head. "No, he wasn't with us." Everyone looked at her suspiciously. Shui Huiyun said, "At first, Zhao He was indeed with us, but later we split up to chase after that beast." Yes. I remember too. That's indeed the case. It seems that Zhao He took advantage of this time to return to the capital to commit crimes. Third Young Master Chao said. The Academy Master looked at Zhao He and said, "What else do you have to say?" Zhao He said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the thief, what else can I say?" Swoosh. Dong Xingyang landed beside the Academy Master and bowed. "Academy Master, he killed countless members of my Dong family. I killed him with my own hands, please fulfill my wish." "No, you should let me deal with him." Killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The white-eyed wolf had almost died in this person's hands. This blood debt had to be paid. The Academy Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang, pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Hong and ordered, "Take Zhao He to the prison first." Academy Master. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang spoke at the same time. The Academy Master said, "There's no need to say more, this old man has his own decision." Yes. The two bowed, but their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Swoosh. Wang Hong opened a teleportation gate and escorted Zhao He to the prison. The Academy Master also left with the other 8 commanders. Yan Nanshan comforted, "Feiyang, since the Academy Master did this, he must have his reasons. Don't take it to heart." "He's the Academy Master, do I dare to take it to heart?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Sigh. Dong Xingyang sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Our cooperation ends here. If there's a chance to kill you in the future, I won't be polite. Be careful." Qin Feiyang said, "Anytime. Then we'll see." Dong Xingyang sneered and opened a teleportation gate to leave. Yan Nanshan frowned. "Feiyang, did he take the 9-chew yellow dragon pill to break through to War Master?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Nanshan said angrily, "Are you stupid? He's your enemy, you're raising a tiger, do you know that?" With Qin Feiyang's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up to Dong Xingyang. But now Qin Feiyang had personally helped him step into the War Master. Wasn't this playing with fire? "It's fine," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Although Dong Xingyang had stepped into the War Master first, he had not opened the door to his potential. Furthermore, Dong Xingyang did not have a perfect battle art. This was the difference. He was confident that he would be able to catch up to Dong Xingyang very soon. Yan Nanshan glared at him helplessly and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. What are you going to do next?" Qin Feiyang said, "Help White-Eyed Wolf repair his sea of consciousness." Yan Nanshan said, "Then you'll have to look for the palace chief. I'll return to the sacred hall first. If you need anything, send me a message." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Yan Nanshan left, the lion-headed eagle said, "Brat, I've heard about Ruffian Wolf. Since I have nothing to do now, why don't I accompany you?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Send the potential pill and potential pill to sister first. If I need your help, I won't be polite." "All right then." The lion-headed eagle smiled, spread its wings, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Mysterious man. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and glanced at the mountain range below. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he entered the ancient castle. Fatso immediately said angrily, "Boss, this is too unfair. Zhao He committed such a big mistake, why is he only imprisoned?" Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me what can we do? Let's go assassinate him and avenge Brother Wolf." Fatso's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Old Master knows our characters and guessed that we might do this, so he won't let us succeed. What the hell is this bastard old man doing?" Fatso frowned, so angry that his body was trembling. Lu Hong said, "Calm down, the palace chief must have his reasons for doing this. If it doesn't work, we'll ask directly, I believe he'll tell us." Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "It's over and he's no longer of any use. Shouldn't we get rid of him?" "Don't kill me." Wei Zhongyang's body trembled and he hurriedly knelt on the ground begging, "Qin Feiyang, I'm just a cripple now, I'm no threat to you. Please be merciful and spare me." "Spare you?" Qin Feiyang walked up and sent Wei Zhongyang flying with a kick. He stomped on Wei Zhongyang's stomach and sneered, "If I wasn't prepared beforehand, Yi and Aunt Shui would have been killed by you. Do you think you can still live?" Wei Zhongyang's eyes were filled with grief, and his entire body was drowned in despair. Qin Feiyang said, "But don't worry, since you're so cooperative, I'll leave your body intact and let you rest in peace." Sigh. Wei Zhongyang sighed deeply, closed his eyes and said, "Then come. This way of dying was better than dying without a complete corpse." Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui, and with a light wave, cut off Wei Zhongyang's neck. Next. Chapter 472. In front of the mansion master's courtyard, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The mansion master sat alone on a stone bench, basking in the sun and sipping tea, looking extremely relaxed. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, he chuckled and said, "This old man knew you would come. Come in." Qin Feiyang walked into the courtyard. The mansion master asked, "Want a cup?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not as free as you." The mansion master held the teacup, took a sip and shook his head with a smile, "I'm already so old, if I don't enjoy life, I might not have another chance." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. What did he mean? The mansion master put down the teacup and smiled, "What do you want to know?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Why didn't you kill Zhao He?" The mansion master smiled, "You're such a smart person, how could you not think of the reason?" Qin Feiyang frowned, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "You want to use Zhao He to fish out that mysterious person?" "That's right." The mansion master nodded, his old eyes flashing coldly, "I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in the spiritual state. Since this person helped Zhao He twice, he should think of a way to save Zhao He." "Oh master, you're really smart." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, the resentment in his heart also disappeared. The mansion master said, "Compared to you, I'm still far behind. You made up the fact that the two elders of the Dong family are still alive." Qin Feiyang smiled, "If I didn't say that, would Zhao He take the bait?" "What a cunning brat." The mansion master shook his head and laughed. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would give up after the Dong family was wiped out and the clues were cut off, but they didn't expect him to immediately throw out another bait. This kid's mind was truly terrifying. Qin Feiyang chuckles. His complexion immediately becomes serious as he says, "Old man, where is the person you said can help the Wolf King repair his sea of consciousness?" The mansion master said, "The land of ruins." What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. The prefecture master sighed. "I won't hide it from you. The person I'm talking about is my child, Shuang'er's father." So it was him. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He frowned and said, "But isn't he already dead?" The manor head asked in return, "Who saw his skeleton?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang searched the ruins for more than 20 years, but he still couldn't find this person's skeleton. The mansion lord said, "If we didn't find his corpse, it means that he might still be alive." Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully, then looked at the manor head with a strange gaze and asked, "Old master, you can't be thinking of asking me to help you find him, right?" "I really can't hide anything from you." "That's right. Although Shuang-er hasn't been able to find her for decades, you are different. You are more attentive and capable than Shuang. This old man believes that you will be able to find it. Of course, you don't have any other choice right now, because to save Ruffian Wolf, you can only find him." The manor head chuckled as if he had Qin Feiyang in his grasp. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, he looked up at the manor head and nodded. "All right, I'll go. But I want to ask, can I destroy the ruins?" The manor head suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, "Why would you have such a thought?" Qin Feiyang said, Because the ruins shouldn't exist in the first place. Those who deserve to die shouldn't be alive either. This old man doesn't agree with your point of view. Every place has its reason for existence. Just like people, everyone has their own destiny. Moreover, although the people of the ruins are all wicked beyond redemption, there are also kind people. If you destroy the ruins, wouldn't they die for nothing? The manor head asked. Yes. There are indeed kind people, but do you know what kind of life they live? Do you know how cruel the conditions there are? Once I met a child in the ruins. He asked me if I was thirsty. He looked innocent and cute, but the water he gave me was poisoned. Think about it, what kind of environment would make an innocent child poison someone? Qin Feiyang asked. The manor head went silent. Although Qin Feiyang's words were cruel and heartless, they were the truth. Qin Feiyang continued, rather than letting them continue to live and suffer, it's better to free them as soon as possible. The manor head shook his head. No matter what, this old man doesn't agree with killing them all. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, that will depend on your decision. The manor head pondered for a bit, then sighed, how about this, you go to the ruins first. As for this old man will have to seriously consider it. Very well. Qin Feiyang nodded, then asked, what does your son look like? The manor head waved his hand, and his battle chi surged, condensing into an illusory figure. It was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and his weather-beaten face looked extremely resolute. This person's appearance was average, but he had a very obvious characteristic. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows, as if a white gem was inlaid on his skin. The manor head said, do you remember it? Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran over and shouted, manor head, someone wants to see you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's going on? It's just someone who wants to see you. Is there a need to be so anxious? The manor head was also very confused and asked, who is it? Lu, the guard stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is it? The manor head frowned. The guard took a deep breath and said, it's Lu Xingqian. What? Qin Feiyang and the manor head exclaimed. How is that possible? Isn't Lu Xingqian already dead? Qin Feiyang asked. Did you see it clearly? Is it really Lu Xingqian? The guard nodded heavily and said, yes, I saw it very clearly. The manor head said, let him come to see me. Yes. The guard replied respectfully, then turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang looked at the manor head and asked, what's going on? The manor head shook his head and said, I don't know either. Back then he did kill Lu Xingqian, but why did he suddenly appear? A young man in purple walked over. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with an imposing appearance, sharp eyebrows, and an extraordinary temperament. Who else could it be but Lu Xingqian? Lu Xingqian stood outside the courtyard, bowed and said, greetings, Grandpa Ren. The manor head said, come in. Qin Feiyang's eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian walked into the courtyard and said with a smile, Brother Qin is also here. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't say anything. He just wanted to know whether this Lu Xingqian in front of him was the real one or a fake. The manor head took out a heaven's eye stone, placed it on the stone table and said, press on it. Yes. Lu Xingqian walked up, stretched out his arm and pressed on it directly. But after a long time the heaven's eye stone didn't move, and Lu Xingqian didn't change either. The real one. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Grandpa Ren, I know you're very confused. Why didn't I die? Actually, I don't know why either. When I crawled out of the grave I also felt puzzled. And I also found that my cultivation is still there. I guess the heavens took pity on me and didn't accept me. Lu Xingqian bowed and said, your cultivation is still there? Qin Feiyang and the manor head looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Back then the manor head personally crippled Lu Xingqian, and Qin Feiyang also saw it with his own eyes. But now not only did Lu Xingqian come back from the dead, but his sea of qi had also been repaired. This was too bizarre, wasn't it? Grandpa Ren, I'm here to apologize to you. What happened in the past was all my fault. I hope Grandpa Ren can give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Besides, I'm the only one left in the Lu family now. Grandpa Ren, can you bear to see the Lu family die? As for my engagement with Wu Shuang, since it's already been annulled, I won't think about it anymore. I just want to stay alive and continue to stay in the city. And Brother Qin, I'm deeply sorry about what happened in the past. After this narrow escape from death, I've seen through everything. Fame and fortune are just a thing of the past. Brother Qin, I sincerely hope you can forgive me. Lu Xingqian bowed and said with a sincere expression. Qin Feiyang frowned. The manor head said telepathically, "Let's observe the situation first." Qin Feiyang nodded. This matter was too bizarre and it would take a while to figure it out. The manor head looked at Lu Xingqian and said, "Since you know your mistake and have died once, let's forget about what happened in the past. As for your next destination," the manor head pondered for a while and said, "Let's go to the inner palace." "Thank you, Grandpa Ren," Lu Xingqian said happily. The manor head's eyes flashed and he said, "But before you go to the inner palace, you and Qin Feiyang should go to the ruins together." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the manor head in confusion. Lu Xingqian was also a little surprised. "I asked him to go with you so that you can observe him carefully." The manor head secretly sent a telepathic message to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. Lu Xingqian asked doubtfully, "Grandpa Ren, why are we going to the ruins?" The manor head said, "You don't need to know anything. Just follow Qin Feiyang." "But," Lu Xingqian said hesitantly, "I've heard of the ruins. It's easy to go in but difficult to get out." The manor head smiled faintly, "You don't have to worry about that. Qin Feiyang has a way." Lu Xingqian was surprised. He turned to Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qin to take care of me in the future." "No problem." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manor head waved his hand and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." At the same time he secretly reminded Qin Feiyang to be careful on the way. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he opened a teleportation door and took the lead to walk in. Lu Xingqian immediately followed. When the portal disappeared, the manor head also opened a portal and directly descended in the sky above the inner palace cemetery. After glancing at Lu Xingqian's grave, he waved his hand and directly dug up the grave. There was no one inside. He really came back from the dead. But how did this happen? What exactly went wrong? The manor head frowned, puzzled. Phew. After a while he took a deep breath and muttered, "It seems that I can only investigate from Lu Xingqian himself. I only hope that Qin Feiyang can find out something." After filling up the grave, he directly left the inner palace cemetery. He also ordered the guards who knew about it to keep quiet. Chapter 473. At the border between White County and Stone County, a bottomless abyss lay across the land. A black storm whistled, making ear-piercing sounds. Above the abyss, an ancient iron chain bridge led to the other end. The bridge was rusty and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Swish. In the void above the bridge, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. The dark abyss, the shocking hurricane, and the ancient iron chain bridge that was only wide enough for one person to walk on. Lu Xingqian's pupils couldn't help but shrink at the sight of it. Qin Feiyang's expression was very calm. Lu Xingqian turned to Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's calm expression, he asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why aren't you surprised at all?" Qin Feiyang said, "I've been here once." "What?" Lu Xingqian looked at him in disbelief. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then he swooped down and landed in front of the bridge. Lu Xingqian also landed beside Qin Feiyang. Looking at the iron chain bridge in front of him, his eyes were full of fear. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger inside." Qin Feiyang stepped onto the iron chain bridge and walked toward the other side unhurriedly. Lu Xingqian hurriedly followed. After walking for a distance and confirming that there was no danger, he secretly sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, it seems that your relationship with Grandpa Ren isn't ordinary." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, "My relationship with the prefecture lord is purely based on interests. Unlike you, he watched you grow up and treated you like family." "Family?" Lu Xingqian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Grandpa Ren and I were indeed like grandfather and grandson. However, because of my arrogance, our relationship became more and more distant." At this point, Lu Xingqian sighed. "I asked for it. I can't blame anyone." Qin Feiyang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Why did it feel like Lu Xingqian had become a completely different person? If he hadn't used the Heaven's Eye Stone to verify his identity, he would definitely have suspected that someone was impersonating him. However, it was undeniable that the current Lu Xingqian was even more difficult to deal with than the previous Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian steadied himself and asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why did we come to the ruins this time?" "Looking for the manor head's son." Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. Sooner or later Lu Xingqian would find out. "Uncle Ren?" Lu Xingqian stared blankly and asked in surprise, "When did he come to the ruins? How come I didn't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You have always been in the capital, how could you not know? I won't hide it from Brother Qin. In the past, when Uncle Ren suddenly disappeared, Grandpa Ren never came forward to explain. So all this time, we thought that he had unfortunately died outside. But we didn't expect him to come to the ruins," Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang revealed a look of realization. Lu Xingqian asked, "Do you know why Uncle Ren came to the ruins?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know. The manor head never mentioned it." "That's strange. This place doesn't seem to have any treasures?" Lu Xingqian's face was full of suspicion. After 3 days, Qin Feiyang finally set foot on the ground of the ruins once again. His journey was more daunting than dangerous. "This is the ruins?" Lu Xingqian stood beside him and scanned the desolate land in front of him. His face was full of shock. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Ren Wushuang had said that during those 20 years she had searched everywhere, but in the end she couldn't find it. Moreover, at that time, Ren Wushuang was the disciple of the King of Ruins and was famous throughout the ruins. If her father was here he would definitely look for her, but in the end he didn't. This meant that her father was most likely not here. And in the ruins, other than the land in front of them, there was only the black abyss left. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang turned around and looked down at the black abyss, his eyes flickering. Lu Xingqian said, "Do you suspect that Uncle Ren is down there?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "The black storm's lethality is astonishing. I'm afraid the chances of him being down there are not high." Lu Xingqian glanced at the hurricane in the abyss, then turned his head to look ahead and said, "There's an ancient castle in front, let's go take a look first. If there's nothing we'll think of a way to go down and look." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then nodded, "All right, then let's go directly to the king's city in the ruins." Ren Wushuang's father, as the son of the palace master, must have been an overlord-level figure. As long as he had entered the ruins, then as the ruler of this place the king of ruins should know. Unless he had never set foot in the ruins. Or he had directly gone to the black abyss. "King's city?" Lu Xingqian was stunned and said in surprise, "There's a king's city in the ruins?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Shua. The two of them stepped forward at the same time and sped towards the castle. Finally, someone else is here. At the top of the castle, a black-armored man stood against the wind, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. But suddenly, his pupils constricted and he stared at Qin Feiyang. How could it be him? Didn't he leave already? Why did he enter the ruins again? The black-armored man's eyes were filled with disbelief, and at the same time, there was a trace of bone-piercing killing intent. The two of them arrived in front of the castle. When he saw the black-armored man, a trace of suspicion appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Why did this person look so familiar? Lu Xingqian, on the other hand, was surprised. 3-star battle king? How could he be so weak? Qin Feiyang die. The black-armored man looked down at the two of them, then suddenly shouted and jumped down. Battle chi surged and he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's going on? He raised his arm and slammed his palm in the air. Battle chi surged out, turning into a torrent, and collided with the black-armored man's body. Immediately, the black-armored man screamed and was sent flying, crashing into the castle behind him. Boom. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the wall. Lu Xingqian was puzzled. "Brother Qin, do you have a grudge with this person?" Qin Feiyang shook his head, also feeling puzzled. How is this possible? Following an angry shout, the black-armored man ran out, covered in blood, and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang asked, "What kind of deep hatred do you have with me? You actually don't remember?" It would have been better if Qin Feiyang didn't ask, but the moment he did, the black-armored man was furious, and his face became incomparably ferocious. "Speak clearly." Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-armored man said, "Back then, when you barged into the palace in King City, I was the one who brought you to see the great commander." Qin Feiyang was stunned and tried hard to recall for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You are that Commander Rong?" "That's right." Commander Rong nodded. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Weren't you in the palace? Why are you guarding here?" The black-armored man said angrily, "It's all your fault." "What has it got to do with me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Back then you brought Ren Wushuang out of the ruins. When the king learned of this, he was furious and blamed the great commander for not looking after you. In the end, the great commander made me the scapegoat, so the king sent me to this place. There are neither resources nor essence chi here. In the past few years, not only did my cultivation not improve, it even regressed. All of this is your fault. Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Commander Rong with some sympathy inside. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your king. If you didn't take Ren Wushuang away, would I have ended up in this state today? Don't try to shirk the responsibility. Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. Then what do you want? Give me your life. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Commander Rong had already completely lost his reason as he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Lu Xingqian shook his head and stretched out his arm to grab Commander Rong's wrist. You can't blame Brother Qin for this. Don't pester me endlessly. Who are you? Commander Rong said angrily. It doesn't matter who I am. Now I have something to ask you. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't kill you. Stop fooling around. You're just a 3-star combat emperor, while Brother Qin and I are both combat emperors. You're no match for us. Lu Xingqian said. Combat emperor. Commander Rong's eyes trembled. How was this possible? One had to know that when Qin Feiyang entered King City, he was only a martial ancestor. He broke through to the combat emperor realm so quickly? Wasn't this too monstrous? In an instant, Commander Rong was stunned. Lu Xingqian waved his hand and Ren Wushuang's father's shadow condensed. He asked, This person is Ren Duxing. Have you seen him before? So the father of Cheap's sister is Ren Duxing. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and then looked at Commander Rong, only to see Commander Rong looking at Ren Duxing with eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, You know him? I've seen him before. Commander Rong said. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Where is he? I don't know. Commander Rong shook his head. Are you playing with us? Lu Xingqian frowned. No. What I mean is that Ren Wushuang was also looking for this person in the ruins. I only heard about it from her. Commander Rong hurriedly explained. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. They thought that they had found Ren Duxing's whereabouts, but they didn't expect that it was just an empty joy. Let's go to the royal city. Qin Feiyang said lightly, then soared into the air and swept towards the depths of the ruins. Lu Xingqian waved his hand and directly killed Commander Rong. Then he caught up with Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, You won't blame me, right? Qin Feiyang said, He deserved to die. Lu Xingqian smiled and asked, Can you tell me what happened between you and Wushuang here? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's nothing. I was just asked to do it. Lu Xingqian didn't continue to ask and changed the topic. The next morning, a huge city finally entered their line of sight. Dilapidated city walls, ancient buildings, and streets riddled with holes. All of these proved that this city had existed for a very long time. Chapter 474. In a certain hall of the palace, a middle-aged man was leaning against a chair. He was wearing a black robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. 2 pretty maids were massaging his shoulders and legs, a look of enjoyment on their faces. Commander, come out and face your death. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. The 2 maids were also shocked. Who is shouting outside? Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and walked out of the hall boldly. He raised his head and saw 2 young men standing side by side in the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. It's you. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 of them and locked his gaze on Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang said, That's right, it's me. The middle-aged man said, You still dare to enter the ruins. What do you think this place is? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Cut the crap. Today we are here to settle the scores of the past. You are very confident. It seems that you have stepped into the combat emperor realm, but this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The killing intent in the commander's eyes surged. With a shocking aura, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. 2-star combat emperor? Lu Xingqian was stunned. He immediately retreated to the side and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The corner of his mouth was pursed with a trace of playfulness. I am no longer the Qin Feiyang of the past. Killing you now is as easy as flipping my hand. Qin Feiyang sneered. He activated the Imperial Wind Step and instantly landed on top of the commander's head. He stepped on the commander's head. Bang! Ah! The commander immediately screamed as blood flowed out of his head. His entire body was like a meteorite as he shot downwards. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, he smashed into the main hall. The main hall was razed to the ground in an instant. Billowing dust and smoke covered all directions. What a powerful strength. The guards and maids who had rushed over after hearing the news were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their faces were deathly pale. Damned bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds and grind your bones to dust. The great commander rushed out from the ruins. His eyes were red and his killing intent was monstrous. Do you remember how you threatened me back then? He even asked me to hand over the dagger. Every dog has its day. You might never have thought that I would surpass you so quickly. Qin Feiyang's body shook. Red-colored sword qi gushed out and turned into a hurricane that swept across the sky. The buildings below were like withered trees, shattering one after another. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Then, a black figure flashed out from a large hall in the distance and flashed over like lightning. The Grand Commander roared, "Your Majesty, he is Qin Feiyang. Kill him quickly." Qin Feiyang coldly harumphed. With a wave of his hand, the world-destroying storm descended, engulfing the Grand Commander. Immediately, a pained howl resounded and spread in all directions. The Grand Commander was swept up by the storm, and pieces of wind blades ruthlessly cut into his flesh. In less than half a breath, his entire body was dripping with blood, and he no longer looked human. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The King of Ruins was furious. With a wave of his hand, a black battle qi emerged. Like a giant python, it headed straight for Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingqian's pupils constricted slightly as he reminded, his cultivation should be at the 8-star War Emperor. Brother Qin, be careful. 8-star War Emperor, it's not like I don't have the strength to fight. Qin Feiyang raised his arm, pointed his index finger in the air, and said expressionlessly, returning to ruins. An invisible force spread out and roared into the sky, colliding with the battle qi. Immediately, everything turned into nothingness. Qin Feiyang and the King of Ruins each took half a step back, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. The King of Ruins also revealed his true appearance. This was a man in black. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had long black hair that draped over his shoulders. His entire body was emitting an astonishing aura. However, he wore a black mask on his face, covering his true appearance. Only his eyes could be seen. Those eyes were as black as ink, like two bottomless black holes. They were filled with an astonishing demonic nature, as if they could suck in one's mind. King, save me! The Grand Commander's cry for help rang out. The storm of sword qi mercilessly destroyed him. Not only was his body badly mutilated, even his bones were exposed. The King of Ruins glanced at the Grand Commander, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let him go and I will spare your life." "Can you do it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. Arrogant. The King of Ruins was furious. Both of his hands suddenly stretched out, and a pitch-black battle qi emerged, like a large waterfall flowing against the current. In an instant, above his head, a huge black full moon appeared. Lu Xingqian frowned and said, "Brother Qin, his battle qi is of the natural attribute, the power of darkness. Its lethality is astonishing. If you need help, just say so. Don't force yourself." "Dark attribute?" Qin Feiyang murmured and said indifferently, "Not for the time being." "Black moon slash!" The King of Ruins shouted. Clang! Numerous black sharp blades swept out from the full moon. They were densely packed and carried an astonishing sharpness as they slashed toward Qin Feiyang. Swish! Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and dodged to the side. Whoosh! However, those black sharp blades also turned in the air and continued to attack him. The aura of each blade was firmly locked onto him. They would not dissipate until they killed him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound that tore the sky and earth apart, a crimson battle sword rushed into the sky, and billowing waves of fire covered half the sky. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Come out, beast spirit!" Brr! Immediately, an earth-shaking beast roar resounded through the sky. A flaming beast rushed out of the battle sword and went straight for those sharp blades. It was like a berserk beast, its ferocious aura shook the world, and nothing could stop it wherever it passed. That sharp blade instantly shattered a large area. What kind of fighting soul is this? The King of Ruins was shocked. A beast soul had appeared within the sword soul. One fighting soul was equivalent to two fighting souls. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Black moon strike. He waved his hand and the black full moon above his head trembled in the void, releasing a destructive aura. Immediately after, it whistled toward the flaming beast. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Beast spirit, go." Brr. The flaming beast roared toward the sky, and its aura soared into the sky as it collided with the black full moon. Boom. Like Mars colliding with Earth, the flaming beast and the black full moon exploded in the void. At this moment, the world lost its color. The terrifying battle fluctuations were unstoppable and swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace was razed to the ground. Countless people were affected and died tragically on the spot. Qin Feiyang and the King of Ruins also spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their feet uncontrollably retreated. "Ah, King, save me!" At this time, the Grand Commander's cry for help sounded again. But before he could finish his words, he was smashed into pieces by the sword chi storm, and blood splattered across the sky. "Bastard, this king is going to kill you." The King of Ruins frowned, unable to restrain his anger. One had to know. The land of ruins was lacking in essence, chi, and resources. To cultivate a war emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. It could be said that the war emperor was a very precious asset to the land of ruins. Now the Grand Commander had died in front of him. How could he not be angry? "Come out, Black Demon God!" The King of Ruins roared. Boom. A huge shadow soared into the sky from behind the King of Ruins. The shadow was dozens of feet tall. It wore a dark armor and held a halberd in its hand. It was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. It was ferocious and imposing. However, its face was shrouded in black mist and could not be seen clearly. What? Human-shaped war soul? And it's even equipped with armor and weapons? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were both dumbfounded. They had seen many war souls, but this was the first time they had encountered such an astonishing one. Shwa. Lu Xingqian took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He whispered, "This might really be the shadow of a demon god." "So what if it's a demon god?" "Today, if God blocks, kill God. If devil blocks, kill devil." Qin Feiyang's aura soared to the clouds, arrogant and domineering. Clang. The crimson battle sword above his head slashed towards the black demon god with a world-destroying edge. Brr. The black demon god let out a beast-like roar. He waved his halberd and attacked the battle sword. Clang. The two weapons clashed and dazzling sparks flew. Crack. The crimson battle sword shattered. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale and blood spurted from his mouth. Defeated? Lu Xingqian's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang also found it hard to accept. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, the King of Ruins was an 8-star combat emperor and he was only a 4-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 levels between them. It was not shameful to be defeated. "Qin Feiyang, accept my wrath. Black Demon God, kill him." The King of Ruins roared. The Black Demon God took a step forward and shook the void. The halberd in his hand glowed brightly and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. The terrifying sharpness tore the earth apart. "Kill me? Can you do it?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning. Another wave of fire soared into the sky. "It's useless. Give up. Because your fighting soul is like a withered tree in front of my fighting soul. It can't withstand a single blow." The King of Ruins laughed. "Can't you see it clearly before being so arrogant?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. The King of Ruins was surprised. When he fixed his eyes on it, he turned pale with fright. In the wave of fire, it was not a battle sword but a 9-leaf fire lotus. "How is this possible? You have activated 2 fighting souls." The King of Ruins was shocked. However, he laughed wildly and said, "So what if I have 2 fighting souls? My fighting soul is enough to defeat everything." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang glanced at him coldly. He raised his head and looked at the black demon god before retreating. At the same time, with a thought, a fire lotus leaf fell off and shot towards the black demon god like a meteor. "Explode." As it approached, Qin Feiyang said coldly. Boom. The fire lotus leaf suddenly exploded, giving birth to a destructive wave that flooded all directions. Crack. The armor on the black demon god's body immediately cracked. How is this possible? Chapter 475. Nothing is impossible. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold and emotionless. Clang. Another fire lotus leaf fell off and shot toward Black Demon God with a wave of fire. "Explode!" Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Boom. The fire lotus leaf exploded and a destructive shockwave swept across the sky. Kacha. The armor on Black Demon God's body finally collapsed and completely dissipated. Even the heavenly halberd was cracked. What terrifying combat strength! Lu Xingqian's pupils constricted as he looked at King of Ruins and shouted, 9 Fire Lotus leaves are equivalent to 9 ultimate moves. King of Ruins, you have no chance of winning. Surrender now. Surrender? You're asking me, the ruler of the land of ruins, to surrender to a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Are you kidding me? Innate ability, Black Demon God, Heaven Shocking Slash. King of Ruins roared hysterically, his voice like a bell that shook the heavens and earth. Black Demon God roared angrily as black light burst out from his body, plunging the place into darkness. Next, the Black Demon God raised his halberd and shot out a bone-piercing beam of light. Be careful, Lu Xingqian said in a low voice. His eyes were solemn as his aura spread out. Step back, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian was taken aback as he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He retracted his aura and flew across the sky to watch the battle from afar. The ruler of the land of ruins? Today I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, his robes fluttering and his black hair rustling in the void. His entire body was brimming with invincible fighting spirit. The Fire Lotus War Soul's flames surged into the sky, dispersing the endless darkness. I, King of Ruins, have never submitted to anyone before? Heaven Shocking Slash Kill. King of Ruins roared, his hair fluttering in anger. Black Demon God grabbed the halberd with both hands and slashed down. A gigantic black blade of light suddenly broke through the air, its sharpness wanton, almost tearing the sky apart. Clang. Qin Feiyang only felt his blood boiling. With a thought, the 2 Fire Lotus leaves left his body and shot out explosively, leaving behind a fiery red trail. Explode. The moment they met, he let out a roar. Boom. The 3 leaves exploded at the same time, destroying everything along with the Black Demon God's shocking slash. I'll end you right now. Qin Feiyang's long hair danced in the wind and his clothes were stained with blood. He was like a god of war, his aura soaring to the heavens. Another Fire Lotus leaf streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the King of Ruins. Killing fighting souls was useless. This was because even if the fighting soul was destroyed, it could still be summoned again. Only by getting rid of the original fighting soul would he be able to get rid of all future troubles. The King of Ruins' pupils constricted and he hurriedly said, Stop, stop, stop. This king surrenders. Surrendering now is meaningless. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Qin, you can't kill him. Lu Xingqian hurriedly came over to stop Qin Feiyang. If he killed the King of Ruins, this trip would be in vain. Qin Feiyang frowned. With a thought, the Fire Lotus leaf stopped above the King of Ruins' head, spitting out scorching flames. Now you'll answer whatever I ask you. If you dare lie, Brother Qin will definitely kill you on the spot. Put away your fighting soul first. Lu Xingqian looked at the King of Ruins and said, I'll definitely cooperate. The King of Ruins nodded. With a thought, the Black Demon God disappeared without a trace. Lu Xingqian waved his hand and Ren Duxing's phantom image appeared. He asked, Have you seen him before? No. The King of Ruins sized him up seriously and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, You really haven't seen him before or you don't want to say? The King of Ruins hurriedly said, I really haven't seen him before. It seems that you're very dishonest. I can only send you to hell. Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a cold light. The Fire Lotus leaf floating above the King of Ruins' head released a shocking aura. It was about to explode. Lu Xingqian crossed his arms and said indifferently, Since you don't know, there's no need to keep him. The King of Ruins' body and mind trembled as he hurriedly said, Wait, I know. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. In fact, they were only trying to scare the King of Ruins to see if he was lying or not. They didn't expect that they would really be scared by them. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the King of Ruins and said, Since you know, why are you lying to us? The King of Ruins said bitterly, I have no choice. This is what Master told me. Master? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were stunned. Lu Xingqian asked, What do you mean? The King of Ruins said, The person you're looking for is my master. The two of them were stunned again. Wasn't this too big of a twist? The King of Ruins hurriedly said, Please believe me. What I said is true. Qin Feiyang said, What can you prove? His name is Ren Duxing, the son of the spiritual state mansion master and Ren Wushuang's father. There's a crescent-shaped white mark between his eyebrows. His battle soul has a strong healing ability. The King of Ruins said a lot in one breath. You know so much? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other. It seemed that it was true. I accepted Ren Wushuang as my disciple because I was ordered by Master to protect him in secret. Because Master guessed that Ren Wushuang would definitely come to the Land of Ruins to look for him. The King of Ruins said again. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, Then where is your master now? How did you become his disciple? I really don't know where Master is. As for becoming his disciple, this matter has to be explained from the beginning. Back then, when he entered the Land of Ruins, I was only a 5-star combat emperor. At that time, when I received the news that he came in, I gathered people to assassinate him and rob him of his resources. You also know that there are too few resources here, it's not enough for everyone to cultivate. But when we met him, we realized that he was too strong. All the people I brought with me died in his hands. I was going to die too, but when he heard that I was the king of the Land of Ruins, he didn't kill me. Later, when I learned of his identity, I wanted to be his disciple and get some resources at the same time. At first, he didn't agree, but after my continuous efforts, he finally agreed and even gave me a lot of battle chi pills. It's also thanks to these battle chi pills that I can become an 8-star combat emperor so quickly. The King of Ruins said, his face full of gratitude. Qin Feiyang asked, Then how long did he stay in King City? Not long, only half a month. And in this half a month he seemed to be looking for something. His footprints were all over the Land of Ruins. The King of Ruins' eyes were also full of doubts. Looking for what? Qin Feiyang frowned. As Ren Duxing's father, the palace master should know what Ren Duxing was looking for. But before he left he didn't think so much, so he didn't ask. But now this clue had become the key. Because as long as they could figure out the purpose of Ren Duxing's visit to the Land of Ruins, they could follow the clues and find Ren Duxing's traces. Lu Xingchen asked doubtfully, Then why didn't you tell Ren Wushuang about this? The King of Ruins said, Master specifically told me not to. He said that he didn't want Ren Wushuang to take risks. Risks? Lu Xingchen was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, It seems that what Uncle Ren is looking for is somewhat dangerous. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the King of Ruins and asked, Did Ren Duxing appear again? No. The King of Ruins shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, Since he wasn't in the Land of Ruins or the spiritual state, it seems that there is only one possibility, the Black Abyss. Impossible. The storm in the abyss is enough to tear apart a War Emperor realm powerhouse in an instant. Master was only a 7-star War Emperor at that time. It's impossible for him to go down there. The King of Ruins shook his head decisively. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and said, The Black Abyss is indeed the only explanation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, Let's go to the abyss immediately. Lu Xingchen said, Why don't we ask Grandpa Ren first? Qin Feiyang said, We can't send messages in the Land of Ruins and we can't open a portal. This? Lu Xingchen's expression froze and he said with a wry smile, It seems that we can only go down and find him. The King of Ruins looked at the two in shock. Who are these two guys? They even dare to enter the Black Abyss? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and dispersed the Fire Lotus leaf. He put away the Fire Lotus battle soul and looked at the King of Ruins. The Land of Ruins may disappear soon. You'd better make plans early. Disappear? The King of Ruins was shocked. Let's go. Qin Feiyang called out, turned into a stream of light, and returned the way he came. Lu Xingchen quickly chased after him. After watching Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen disappear, the King of Ruins' eyes flashed, and he also left. The next day, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen once again arrived at the ancient iron chain bridge. Lu Xingchen glanced at the storm below and frowned. Brother Qin, how do we go down? It's not difficult to go down. The only thing that worries me is that we don't know anything about the situation below. Qin Feiyang frowned. This problem? Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment and smiled. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any accidents. I hope so. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took out 2 ribs and handed one to Lu Xingchen saying, Return it to me immediately after we go down. Lu Xingchen nodded, took the ribs and questioned, Is this thing really okay? No problem, last time Ren Wushuang and I left the Land of Ruins we relied on it. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly jumped into the abyss. That terrifying gravitational force immediately emerged. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and he immediately spat out blood. All the pores on his body were also spurting blood, instantly dyeing his whole body red. Bus. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's body was about to be crushed by the gravity, the ribs in his hand suddenly shone brightly, forming a white barrier to protect him. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly took a healing pill. It really works? Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and also jumped down. The two of them continued to sink, and the storms they encountered were also isolated by the barrier. But even so, their faces were still solemn and they did not dare to be careless. This was because the unknown always made people panic, especially in this place. However, Chapter 476. The abyss was bottomless. The black storm covered every corner, emitting an ear-piercing howl. If not for the ribs protecting their bodies, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian would have been torn to pieces. The two of them sank side by side, paying full attention to the movements around them. In the end, they found that apart from the storm there was nothing else. About an hour passed. The two of them finally arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Looking at everything in front of them, the two of them were completely stunned. This place was actually a verdant canyon. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines curled around them. Weeds grew and mountains rose and fell. Rapid rivers meandered to the ends of the earth on both sides. This place and the ruins above were two completely different worlds. Whoosh! After Lu Xingqian returned the ribs to Qin Feiyang, the two of them landed on a mountain peak and looked around. This was a primitive jungle. Moreover, there was the aura of ferocious beasts in the jungle. After a moment of observation, Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky and frowned. The black storm did not disappear. It whistled thousands of feet high in the sky, isolating this canyon from the rest of the world. In other words, this was a sealed and independent world. Lu Xingqian said, "That's strange. There is no sun here, but why is there light?" The light here was not weak as if it was daytime. They are emitting light. Qin Feiyang pointed to the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. On the cliffs, there was a basin-sized glowing stone every 10 meters, emitting white light. Lu Xingqian glanced at the glowing stones and said, "It's too standard, too neat. It must be man-made." This was a major discovery. Because if it was man-made, there must be someone. Whoosh! The two of them soared into the air and flew down the canyon, carefully searching the jungle below. However, they did not search for long before a loud beast roar suddenly sounded. A ferocious beast rushed out from the jungle below and stood in front of the two of them. It was an ape with a tall body of more than 5 meters. Its fur was as black as ink, like steel needles, emitting a shocking sharpness. However, what shocked Qin Feiyang and Li Qia was that there were actually 3 millstone-sized heads on top of this ape's head. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 pupils, all exuding a terrifying, ominous light. Lu Xingqian asked in surprise, "How can there be such apes?" Qin Feiyang whispered, "It's called the Blackstone ape. It's a species from 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years ago. Lu Xingqian's gaze trembled. Doesn't that mean it's a remnant from 10,000 years ago? Qin Feiyang nodded. His heart was also filled with bewilderment. The fact that the Forgotten Land had descendants from 10,000 years ago was already inconceivable to him. But in the canyon below the ruins, there were descendants from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, these Blackstone apes were somewhat similar to the Snow Mountain apes in the Forgotten Land. At the Battle King level, a second head would be born. At the War Emperor level, a third head would be born. But why? Was there any connection between the Ruined Land and the Forgotten Land? The Blackstone ape was also sizing up the two of them, its 6 eyes constantly rolling. "Humans, leave this place immediately." Suddenly, a ferocious shout resounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and Xiao Chen. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, we have no ill intentions. We are only here to find someone. After we finish searching this canyon, we will immediately leave." The Blackstone ape said, "Leave immediately." There was no room for negotiation. Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Don't be ignorant." The Blackstone ape shouted, the ferocity in its eyes even stronger than before. "Then I'll have to offend you." Qin Feiyang said coldly. The aura of a 4-star war emperor exploded, and he threw a punch at the Blackstone ape. "With your little strength, you dare to come here and behave atrociously? You really don't know your place." The Blackstone ape's eyes revealed disdain as it raised its fist and punched Qin Feiyang. "Oh, gotcha." Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was actually sent flying. His arm was even shattered on the spot. So strong. He was shocked in his heart. Lu Xingqian was also dumbfounded. "Now you don't have the chance to leave even if you want to." The Blackstone ape was extremely overbearing. It raised its thick arm again and punched towards Lu Xingqian. "Your Excellency is too arrogant." Lu Xingqian's face turned cold. He didn't take it head-on. He retreated to the side and pointed his finger in the air. Whirlwind and clouds. With a low roar, a storm appeared out of thin air and instantly engulfed the Blackstone ape. The The Blackstone Ape's contemptuous voice sounded. Next. It took a step out of the storm and there was not a single wound on its body. How is this possible? Lu Xingqian's face was dull. One had to know. He also had the cultivation of a 5-star war emperor, and the whirlwind and clouds was a superior battle art. How could it not break through the Blackstone Ape's defense? Boom. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, the Blackstone Ape threw a punch. The strong astral wind was like a sharp blade, blowing Lu Xingqian's entire body and causing him to feel a sharp pain. His body felt like it was being torn apart. Get out of the way. Qin Feiyang had already stabilized his body at this time. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted and pointed his index finger in the air. Ultimate Void. The invisible force turned into a torrent and roared. Lu Xingqian hurriedly used a mysterious footwork and fled far away. Boom. The invisible force collided with the fist, but it didn't cause any damage to the Blackstone Ape. Lu Xingqian said in surprise, "Isn't this defense too amazing? I'm afraid that it has the cultivation of a 9-star war emperor. In addition, its skin is as hard as a rock. I'm afraid that it would take at least a 6-star war emperor and the assistance of a superior battle art to tear through its defense." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to meet such a difficult opponent. However, he had the perfect battle art. As long as he broke through to the 5-star war emperor, he believed that he would be able to fight it. However, it would take time to break through to the 5-star war emperor. Lu Xingqian's heart also sank to the bottom. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "I'll be the main attacker. You assist me." Okay. Lu Xingqian nodded. "You still haven't given up?" The Blackstone Ape looked at the two of them in surprise. However, deep mockery climbed up from its 6 pupils. "In my Qin Feiyang's dictionary there is no such thing as giving up." Qin Feiyang snorted and used the wind walk to rush forward. "Since you're so arrogant, I'll kill you first." The Blackstone Ape's murderous intent rose and it took the initiative to attack. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. He raised his other hand and slammed it. Shatter. The Blackstone Ape roared and punched out. When the fist and palm collided, Qin Feiyang secretly activated the return word technique. Golden light burst out from his palm. Boom. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's arm was cut open and his body flew out. At the same time, the Blackstone Ape also let out a wail and smashed into the distance like a meteorite. Its thick arm was also cut open and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Take advantage of this moment and break off one of its arms." Lu Xingqian had long been waiting at the side. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, he indeed made his move. A gust of wind gushed out from his palm and instantly condensed into a wind blade that was more than 10 meters long. Wind blade slash. Lu Xingqian roared and the giant wind blade suddenly broke through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly approached the Blackstone Ape and slashed its shoulder. No. Immediately, the Blackstone Ape let out a miserable howl and its entire arm was instantly cut off. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingqian's battle chi was actually of the wind attribute. Natural attributes were also divided into strong and weak. Apart from the thunder attribute, this wind attribute was considered the most lethal one and was almost comparable to the dark attribute. Lu Xingqian shouted, "Quick, now is a good chance to kill it." Qin Feiyang nodded, took a regeneration pill and went straight to the Blackstone Ape. "Humans, you all have to die." Roar. The Blackstone Ape stabilized its body and roared towards the sky. Roar. Suddenly, in the jungle below, there were deafening roars of beasts. The mountains and rivers trembled at this moment. "What's the situation?" Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian stopped in the air and looked down in surprise. But in the next moment, their expressions changed. Whoosh. One after another, beasts rushed out from the jungle below. They were all Blackstone Apes, and basically all of them had 3 heads. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 Blackstone Apes had appeared. It was hard to imagine how many more were lurking in the jungle. "Not good, quickly retreat." Lu Xingqian shouted, turned around, and began to flee with a mysterious footwork. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and used the phantom steps to quickly catch up. He glanced at Lu Xingqian and said, "Your speed is very fast. Is it a high-grade auxiliary battle art?" Lu Xingqian smiled faintly and said, "For top-quality alchemists like us, isn't it very easy to get a high-grade auxiliary battle art?" "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Before he went to the continent city, only Lu Xingqian refined pills to the outside world. He must have earned a lot of wealth. However, although he and Lu Xingqian's speed was comparable to an 8-star war emperor, it was impossible to escape today. "Where do you think you're going?" Sure enough, not long after, Accompanied by an angry roar, blackstone apes rushed out of the jungle in front of them. Their aura was unfathomable. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian stopped in the void and scanned their left and right sides. There were also blackstone apes blocking the way. There were at least 200 of them. Moreover, there were more than 39 Star War Emperor blackstone apes. Lu Xingqian said angrily, "If their skin wasn't so thick, we could have killed our way out." The most terrifying thing about the blackstone apes was their skin. Its defense was too strong. "Use it." Qin Feiyang took out 2 ribs and threw one to Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian grabbed the ribs. With the bones in hand, the two of them were suddenly 100 times more confident. "Don't split up," Qin Feiyang whispered. At this moment, his shattered arm had also been regenerated. "I know." Lu Xingqian nodded. "Kill." The two of them roared at the same time and turned to kill the injured blackstone ape. The blackstone ape's eyes were filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty light as it roared, "Kill them!" Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding blackstone apes swarmed towards Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. "Let's see if your skin is thicker or the bones in my hand are harder." Chapter 477. Boom. He took a step forward, swung the rib bone and smashed it at a blackstone ape. This blackstone ape had the strength of a 7-star combat emperor. Seeing this, it roared angrily and punched the rib bone. Bang. Crack. Its millstone-sized fist shattered on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The intense pain made it howl miserably. Its huge body was blasted away, and the few blackstone apes behind it could not dodge in time. They were also sent flying, spitting out blood from their mouths. The other blackstone apes looked at the rib bone in Qin Feiyang's hand in shock. Ayo! All of a sudden, another wail of anguish rang out. An 8-star combat emperor blackstone ape was also sent flying by Lu Xingqian. How could this be? What bone is that? The monkeys were shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks, looking at the 2 rib bones in fear. The ape that lost its arm roared, "Don't be afraid of them, attack." Roar. The monkeys' eyes were fierce and they once again charged at the 2 of them. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were not afraid at all. They held the rib bone in their hands and fought bravely in all directions, looking like they would kill any god or Buddha that stood in their way. The apes were constantly sent flying, some flying into the distance and some smashed into the forest below. Rumbles and angry roars were incessant. However, even with the rib bone in their hands, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were also riddled with injuries. After all, there were too many blackstone apes and they were all very strong. Sometimes it was impossible to dodge. As long as they were hit by a punch, they would lose half of their lives. Fortunately, they were both alchemists and did not lack supreme-grade healing pills. The 2 of them cooperated quite well and they fought their way out. The forest and mountains below were already in ruins and dyed red with blood. Qin Feiyang sent a blackstone ape flying and shouted in a low voice, "Don't fight, let's go." Although they had fought their way out of the encirclement, none of the blackstone apes died. They were only seriously injured. Moreover, most of the apes were still full of energy and were completely unharmed. Most importantly, the blackstone apes continued to rush out from the forest below. These were all fresh troops. If this were to continue, the 2 of them might really die here. Whoosh! The 2 of them flew away without looking back. Lu Xingqian said, "If these bones could recover automatically like when we entered the abyss, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. One must know how to be content with what one has. It's already a great help that it can automatically wake up at the critical moment." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother Qin is right. I was too greedy. Humans, you won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently accept your death. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to die later." The group of monkeys chased after him relentlessly, their vicious auras overflowing the heavens. Lu Xingqian's eyes darkened. "We can't go on like this." Because they didn't know what other ferocious beasts were lurking ahead. Brr. Before his voice faded, accompanied by a series of earth-shaking roars, another group of blackstone apes charged out from the forest ahead. "Humans, where are you going?" As soon as the group of apes appeared, they rushed towards the 2 of them. Damn it! Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. How many monkeys were hiding in the forest? Bang! Bang! With a wave of his hand, he took out another rib and grabbed one in each hand. Following closely, he took the lead and swooped down. Like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, he crazily fought with the group of monkeys. The apes were constantly blasted away. Their blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the void and the earth red. Die. But suddenly, A 9-star combat Emperor Blackstone ape attacked him from behind. The pitch-black fist seemed to be cast from black iron. Before it even got close, the terrifying force made Qin Feiyang feel as if he was in the abyss. His whole body was cold. Don't even think about it. Lu Xingqian saw this from behind and rushed forward. He raised his rib and smashed it on the head of the Blackstone ape. With a painful howl, the Blackstone ape's head burst open on the spot. Its body was like a meteorite, smashing into the depths of the earth below. But it was not fatal. Because it had 3 heads, it was equivalent to having 3 lives. Unless one directly smashed its heart or all of its heads, everything would be in vain. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him, but his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Because behind Lu Xingqian, there was also a Blackstone ape that wanted to sneak attack Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian heard Qin Feiyang's shout and stepped out without hesitation. At the same time, Qin Feiyang rushed towards the Blackstone ape, raised his rib and swept towards the Blackstone ape's legs. Crack! 2 thick legs were shattered on the spot. The ape screamed, lost its balance and fell into the forest below. We can't be so passive. Let's kill it first and see if we can intimidate them. Lu Xingqian roared. He swooped down and landed on top of the ape. He smashed 3 of its heads at lightning speed and it died on the spot. Roar! However, this move not only did not have a deterrent effect, but also made the monkeys go crazy. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, roaring angrily. Their pitch-black eyes quickly turned red. Not good. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. There were too many Blackstone apes. It was impossible to kill them all. It seemed that they could only retreat first. But Lu Xingqian was another problem. Qin Feiyang was very worried about letting Lu Xingqian go to the castle. But it did not seem right to leave Lu Xingqian alone. After all, the 2 of them were now standing on the same boat. You hurt my people. You deserve death. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were shocked as they looked towards the direction of the voice. The angry shout came from the top of a mountain in front of them. Boom! A terrifying, ferocious aura surged. Next, a huge creature flew out from the top of the mountain and entered their line of sight. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian's pupils contracted. It was also a Blackstone ape, but it had 4 heads on its shoulders. There was no doubt that it was a war master. The group of monkeys surrounding the 2 of them also began to roar excitedly. Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate any longer, and brought Lu Xingqian into the castle. What a joke. A War Master-level Blackstone ape had an even more terrifying defensive power. It was definitely a master that could not be provoked. Where is he? Seeing the 2 of them suddenly disappear without a trace, the monkeys scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. After a moment of silence, the place was drowned out by the angry roars of beasts. Inside the castle, hearing the vicious beast roar, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were both terrified. Lu Xingqian swept his gaze across the castle and sighed, "Brother Qin, if not for this castle of yours, I'm afraid that we would have been in deep trouble today." Fatso sneered, "Lu Xingqian, can you stop acting in front of us?" Lu Xingqian was slightly startled. He looked at Fatso and asked suspiciously, "Brother Fatty, what do you mean by that?" Fatso sneered, "We were the ones who destroyed the Lu family, would you give up on revenge so easily?" Lu Xingqian sighed deeply and said, "Brother Fatty, I really wanted to kill you guys in the past, but it's different now." "How is it different?" "We all understand your personality, so don't act here. Just say it, what exactly do you want to do?" Fatso said impatiently. "Why don't you believe me? I'm someone who has died once, I've seen through many things. Hatred will only make people lose themselves. There's a good saying, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I don't care if you believe me or not, I've really let it go, and I don't want to talk about the past anymore." Lu Xingqian sighed. Fatso sneered. What else did he want to say? Qin Feiyang said, "All right, since Lu Xingqian said so, there's no need to harp on it. Hurry up and cultivate." Fatso pursed his lips and looked at Lu Xingqian. "Don't let Fat Lord find out that you have bad intentions or you'll die a horrible death." Lu Xingqian said, "Time will prove everything." "All right, let's wait and see." Fatso snorted, then closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Lu Xingqian and said, "Give me the rib." Lu Xingqian did not hesitate, and there was no greed in his eyes. He directly handed the rib to Qin Feiyang. This action made Qin Feiyang quite puzzled. Had this Lu Xingqian really turned over a new leaf? Putting away the rib, Qin Feiyang said, "Go find a place to cultivate, but don't go near that altar." Lu Xingqian looked at the altar and nodded, I know what to do. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, do you have any plans next? The black stone ape is so ridiculously strong, what other plans can there be? Lu Xingchen pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. The most important thing now is to improve our strength. Qin Feiyang said, I have the same idea. I am now a 5-star combat emperor. Once I break through to 6-star combat emperor with a superior battle art, it won't be difficult to deal with the black stone ape. It's the same for you. As long as you break through to 5-star combat emperor, with a perfect battle art, you will be able to sweep through the monkeys. The only thing we have to worry about now is that War Master Realm Monkey King. Lu Xingchen was worried. Qin Feiyang also fell silent. This canyon was unimaginably terrifying. If they continued to walk like this, who knew what kind of terrifying beasts they would encounter? The future could be said to be bleak. Phew. He let out a long breath and said, we will cross the bridge when we get there. Let's cultivate first. Lu Xingchen nodded, sat cross-legged in a corner, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Qin Feiyang also walked to the altar, opened the iron box, turned to the second page and continued to copy the 8th stroke of the battle formula. Spirit State. The Palace Lord's Mansion. The Palace Lord sat by the pond, fishing. Wang Hong and the other commanders stood behind him, frowning as if they were thinking about something. A moment later, the Palace Lord asked without turning his head, what's wrong? You don't dare to make a decision? My lord, I admit that Qin Feiyang's words are reasonable, but it is not a small matter to destroy the ruins. I think we should ask the current emperor. Wang Hong bowed and said. I also agree with Wang Hong's suggestion. After all, the ruins have existed since the beginning of the Great Qin Empire. If they wanted to destroy it, the emperor would have already given the order. But no matter if it was the current emperor or the previous emperors, they all left it alone. This means that there is something else going on. Moreover, we have never been to the ruins, so we don't know the real situation there. We can't completely trust Qin Feiyang's words. Third Young Master Chao said. Chapter 478. Don't worry about that, Qin Feiyang is telling the truth. Because Shuang has also been to the ruins. Not long ago this old man went to ask her and she said the same thing as Qin Feiyang. The mansion master laughed. Wang Hong said, even so, we still have to ask the current emperor. The emperor is the supreme ruler, how can this old man see him just because he wants to? The mansion master laughed bitterly. The 9 commanders fell silent. Although the old man was the ruler of the spiritual state, he did not have the qualifications to meet the emperor on his own initiative. He had to be summoned by the emperor. And every 10 years the emperor would only summon him once. It had only been 8 years since the last time he met the emperor, which meant that he would have to wait another 2 years. The mansion master pondered for a moment, then sighed, we'll talk about this in 2 years. Wang Hong and the others nodded, this was the only way. The mansion master said, one more thing, this old man has already dismissed Zhao He from his position as commander, do you have any suitable candidates? This. The 9 commanders pondered. Suddenly, Wang Hong's eyes lit up and said, I think Yan Nanshan can be the commander. This old man has seen Yan Nanshan's performance during this period of time, he is indeed a talent. But he is now the law-enforcing elder of the temple, we can't possibly snatch him away from the temple, right? If we really do that, that little girl will definitely come to this old man every day to reason with me. So, it's not feasible. The mansion master said. The little girl he was talking about was the Grand Hall Master of the temple. Then let's choose Fan Jian. Although he has helped Qin Feiyang many times, this also proves that he has a unique vision and can distinguish between good and evil. Wang Hong said. Shui Huiyun said, you're right, but he has only just stepped into the War Master realm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to take on such a great responsibility. You underestimate him too much. Yesterday I interrogated him. With the help of Qin Feiyang, he has already opened the 5th level of the Gate of Potential. With his current talent and potential, I believe that it won't be long before he will not only catch up to us, but also surpass us. At that time even we can only look up to him. Wang Hong laughed bitterly. The 5th level. The eyes of Shui Huiyun and the others trembled. The door of potential had always been a legend. Not to mention the 5th level, they couldn't even open the 1st level. This Qin Feiyang is really scary. It seemed that he had to get closer to Qin Feiyang in the future. The manor head pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, Fan Jian it is. Wang Hong, go and inform him. Yes. Wang Hong bowed in response, and then he transformed into a flowing light that flashed towards the prison. When Fan Jian found out, he was extremely excited and could not calm down for a long time. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about the position of commander because it was an unattainable existence. But who would have thought that he would actually sit in this position now? And all of this was because of one person, Qin Feiyang. If it wasn't for this person, he would probably be an insignificant prison guard for the rest of his life. He had made the right choice when he chose to help Qin Feiyang. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. On this day, Qin Feiyang's arm trembled, and a bright light gushed out from his fingertips. At the same time, his aura rose crazily. In less than 3 breaths, he suddenly became a 5-star combat emperor. Lu Xingqian opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. What's going on? For the past 2 months, Qin Feiyang had been standing there writing something. He didn't even see him cultivate, so how did he break through? And so quickly? Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, and his eyes shone with rays of light. That was desire. Just one more stroke and he would be able to master the battle formula. At that time, his combat strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. I'm really looking forward to the appearance of the next divine formula. He muttered to himself, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xingqian and said, "When can you break through?" Lu Xingqian shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I can't compare with you, but it will be soon. However, I can't guarantee how long it will take." Then let's continue. Qin Feiyang said and turned back to copy the 9th stroke. Originally, he wanted to go out and explore the situation. Luhowever, he couldn't be at ease leaving Lu Xingqian alone in the ancient castle. Because now the white-eyed wolf was unconscious. Fatso, Lu Hong, Lin Yi, Luo Qianxue, and the pangolin were no match for Lu Xingqian. Although Lu Xingqian was very easygoing now, what if he had ulterior motives? What if he was unfavorable to Fatso and the others when he left the ancient castle? Therefore it was better to take precautions. Another 2 months passed. Lu Xingqian finally broke through to the 6-star combat emperor. However, after 2 months of copying, Qin Feiyang was only able to copy half of the 9th painting. This made him feel very helpless. Whether it was the return formula or the battle formula, the last stroke required a lot of battle qi and time. Closing the 6-word formula and closing the iron box, Qin Feiyang took a few battle qi pills and sat cross-legged to recover his battle qi. In less than half an hour, his essence, qi and spirit returned to their peak state. Qin Feiyang got up, looked at Lu Xingqian and smiled faintly. "Are you ready?" Lu Xingqian smiled and said, "Attack at any time." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared in the dense forest with Lu Xingqian. Nearby there was a group of blackstone apes. Some were hunting. Some were lying on the ground or resting on stones or branches of big trees. Some were playing in the jungle. Someone's aura. But when Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian appeared, all the blackstone apes locked onto them in an instant. "It's you guys. You haven't left yet. You really don't know what's good for you." Boom. Suddenly, all the blackstone apes nearby had an astonishing murderous look in their eyes as they madly rushed towards the 2 of them. Lu Xingqian frowned and asked, "Should we kill them?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of apes, his gaze rather gloomy, and shook his head. "We can't kill them, otherwise that Monkey King will definitely pester us." Whoosh. The 2 of them rushed out of the jungle. The group of apes also chased up into the sky, filled with hostility. "Ignore them. Before the Monkey King comes out, let's quickly search this area and see if there are any suspicious things," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Without any hesitation he used the phantom steps and constantly flashed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Lu Xingqian also used mysterious steps and sped towards the other side. "Stop them." Blackstone apes appeared from all directions. But today was different from the past. Qin Feiyang's current speed and strength were completely on par with the 9-star combat emperor. As long as he didn't fight head-on, no matter how many blackstone apes there were, they wouldn't be able to cause any actual harm to him. He was like a loach shuttling through the group of apes. The sky was filled with his phantoms. Many of the apes thought that they had attacked him, but in the end they only attacked his phantoms. This was also the terrifying part of the phantom steps. Every phantom could be passed off as the real thing. Before the phantom dissipated, it was difficult to tell whether it was the real body or not. Qin Feiyang dodged while carefully searching. Compared to Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingqian's situation was not good. Although his speed was comparable to the 9-star combat emperor, there were no phantoms. The blackstone apes that were chasing him could always lock onto him. A blackstone ape roared, "Don't worry about that person. Let's get rid of him first." More than half of the Blackstone apes that were chasing Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and surrounded Lu Xingqian. Only less than half of the apes were left. They were pestering Qin Feiyang. These guys are quite smart, Qin Feiyang muttered. He didn't care about Lu Xingqian. He took the opportunity to quickly search. At the same time he could also see how capable Lu Xingqian was. Lu Xingqian ran while scanning the Blackstone apes around him. Now he couldn't care less about searching, because he was surrounded by danger several times. Human, you can't escape. A few Blackstone apes at the back bared their teeth. Their eyes were filled with terrifying ferocity as they pounced on Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian flashed and retreated to the side. He roared, "Brother Qin, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up." Before his voice died away, behind him, more than 10 Blackstone apes pounced on him fiercely. Armor of wind. Lu Xingqian's eyes darkened. Accompanied by a low roar, the power of wind emerged and condensed into an armor on his body. His speed had actually increased again. Although it didn't increase by a small realm, it had already surpassed a 9-star combat emperor. Swoosh. He took a step forward and quickly shuttled through the group of apes in front of him. Boom. But just as he was about to continue fleeing, a Blackstone ape suddenly rushed up and punched him in the back. This ape had the strength of a 9-star combat emperor. It had been eyeing Lu Xingqian for a long time in order to kill him. Crack. The power of one punch was terrifying. Lu Xingqian's armor of wind shattered on the spot. His whole body was blasted away and blood spurted out from his mouth. However, he quickly stabilized his body and continued to flee. He didn't look like he was seriously injured. Oh. Seeing this scene, the ape that attacked Lu Xingqian had a trace of surprise in its eyes. Qin Feiyang also noticed the situation here and couldn't help but be shocked. One must know. That Blackstone ape had definitely used all its strength. And Lu Xingqian was only a 6-star combat emperor. Even with the armor of wind protecting him, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. The only explanation was that the armor of wind could not only increase his speed, but also had an extremely strong defensive power. Lu Xingqian shouted, "Brother Qin, are you done?" Qin Feiyang said, "Hold it for a while longer. Everyone come out and kill him." The ape that attacked Lu Xingqian roared. Roar. Accompanied by the deafening roars of beasts, the Blackstone apes continued to rush out from the forest below. In an instant, a dense pack of monkeys appeared in the void. In a blink of an eye there were 400 to 500 of them. And they all had 3 heads. Damn, are they trying to kill me? Lu Xingqian's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, I have to make a move, otherwise I will be killed later." Qin Feiyang said, "Just don't kill them." Boom. The group of monkeys swarmed forward, their aura surging and shaking the mountains and rivers. These were 400 to 500 combat Emperor Realm beasts. If it was anyone else they would be scared out of their wits. The nervousness on Lu Xingqian's face was also undisguised. If he could kill them he could crush a large number of them with a wave of his hand. Because most of the monkeys here were below the 8-star combat Emperor Realm. Chapter 479. You must control your strength well. Lu Xingqian grumbled. Whirlwind. He waved his hand and a hurricane appeared. It made an ear-piercing whistling sound and roared in all directions. Wherever it passed, the Blackstone apes were sent flying. So you have been hiding and cultivating for the past 4 months. But even if you have broken through to the 6-star combat Emperor, you can't do anything. More than a dozen 9-star combat Emperor Blackstone apes dashed towards the hurricane. Their violent energy swept across all directions. Boom. The hurricane was forcefully crushed. Lu Xingqian's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Lu Xingqian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the apes with a gloomy expression. He said angrily, "Don't go too far." One of the Blackstone apes said, "When I asked you to leave, you refused to leave. We really mean no harm. You have all seen it. After fighting for so long, have we ever harmed your lives? I don't think so. As for 4 months ago, we had no choice but to kill you because you forced us to. Why do you have to hold on to it?" Lu Xingqian frowned and said. The Blackstone ape said, "You cut off my arm. That is an unforgivable crime." Lu Xingqian looked at the ape in surprise and said, "What happened to your arm?" Qin Feiyang heard and turned to look at the ape. His pupils suddenly shrank. The arm that was cut off by Lu Xingqian 4 months ago had actually been restored to its original state? How could it be? Could it be that there were regeneration pills here? If there were, then there must be an alchemist here. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and landed beside Lu Xingqian in a few blinks of an eye. Lu Xingqian asked, "How is it? Qin Feiyang said, "We have searched this part of the canyon and didn't find anything suspicious. However, these blackstone apes are a little suspicious." Lu Xingqian nodded. The black storm in the abyss could crush everything. It was impossible for pills to fall from above. Then the only explanation was that someone was refining pills for these fierce beasts. "Let's try them," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Then he suddenly attacked. Red sword chi appeared and turned into 3 fiery red sword shadows. Guiyuan sword technique / Following his low roar, 3 sword shadows whizzed towards an 8-star combat emperor ape. "You still dare to be impudent?" Die. The surrounding monkeys once again launched a ferocious attack. "Do you really think we're sick cats just because we don't show our might?" Tornado storm. Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. The power of wind gushed out, and an astonishing tornado appeared in the blink of an eye. With him and Qin Feiyang as the center, it whistled in all directions. Immediately, those attacking apes were swept up one after another. Even the 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes were on the verge of collapsing in the raging wind. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The power of this tornado storm was actually infinitely close to a perfect battle art. This Lu Xingqian was indeed not a simple character. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's 3 sword shadows also arrived with a whistling sound, cutting off the ape's arm as easily as crushing dry weeds. "No!" The ape screamed on the spot. Then, Qin Feiyang nodded to Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian understood and waved his hand. The tornado storm exploded with a terrifying killing power. That wind blade was like a sharp blade. The arms of every blackstone ape that was swept up were instantly cut off. Miserable howls resounded in all directions. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. In an instant, the tornado storm was dyed blood red, as if it was condensed from fresh blood. It roared in the void and was extremely terrifying. "Damn humans, if I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it." Seeing this, those 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes all went berserk. "Wait!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly stretched out his hand and shouted. But those blackstone apes turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he took out a regeneration pill with 2 pill veins and said, "I have a pill that can help them repair their arms." "Who cares about your pill?" Die. However, those blackstone apes were not moved in the slightest. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "It seems that there really is someone here. Go. We can't be so passive anymore. At the same time, let's try to lure that person out." Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crazy group of monkeys, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, do it." Boom. Ayo. Lu Xingqian waved his hands fiercely, and the power of the tornado storm burst out. For a moment, the apes that were swept up were chopped into pieces as if they were vegetables, and their blood dyed the mountains and rivers. "Bastards, all of you must die." Those 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes beat their chests and stomped their feet, full of grief and indignation. "It's your own fault for being stubborn, who can you blame?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and pointed his index finger in the air. Ultimate ruin. The invisible force was vast and boundless, like a torrent, instantly drowning those 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes. Immediately, their skin and flesh were lacerated, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain made them howl miserably. "Humans, all of you deserve to die." An angry roar suddenly exploded. At the peak of the mountain ahead, the Monkey King swept out, bringing with it an earth-shattering ferocious aura, and broke through the air like lightning. "With just you?" Lu Xingqian sneered, and the tornado storm swept across the sky, rolling up those 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes. Roar. The wind blade was invincible. Accompanied by painful howls, all the 9-star combat emperor blackstone apes were cut into pieces in an instant, and their blood dyed the void. That bloody scene was like the Azura hell, and it was appalling. "Monkey King, we have already retreated again and again. I advise you not to be too greedy. If you insist on pestering us to the end, then don't blame us for being ruthless and killing all of your monkeys." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Preposterous. You 2 humans are too arrogant. This emperor wants to see how you will slaughter this emperor's monkeys." The Monkey King was unable to restrain his anger, and the aura of a combat master was like a tsunami in the vast ocean, covering the sky and covering the earth, rushing towards the 2 of them. "You'll regret it soon." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his index finger pointed continuously. Waves of invisible force, like a torrent of ferocious beasts, blasted towards the mountain below. At the same time, Lu Xingqian's ferocious nature erupted as well, and the tornado roared downwards with an astonishing force. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the land within a 1-mile radius was instantly turned into ashes. It was unknown how many Blackstone apes were killed, and their blood splattered everywhere. You two are too much, too much. The Monkey King was furious, and the 8 eyes on its 4 heads all turned blood-red as if they were dyed in blood. Too much? Otherwise, if you insist on killing us, would we be so ruthless? Qin Feiyang said coldly. Cut the crap today, either you die or I die. The Monkey King had completely gone mad. Its aura surged, imprisoning Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. The aura seemed to be squeezing them, and blood spurted out from all the pores on their bodies. Qin Feiyang would be better off. After all, he had opened the 3rd stage of the Gate of Potential, and had a certain degree of immunity to the aura. However, Lu Xingqian, who had not opened the Gate of Potential, was not immune at all. His internal organs were being squeezed by the aura, and were on the verge of bursting. However, this was only the beginning. The Monkey King took a few steps in the air, and its dustpan-sized hands surged with battle chi, slapping toward Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. Before the gigantic hands landed, the terrifying force caused Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian to tremble. Their skin was torn and their bodies were drenched in blood. We can't take it head-on. Qin Feiyang's gaze was gloomy. Back then, the white-eyed wolf had almost been killed because he took Zhao He's attack head-on. Break for me. Qin Feiyang roared in anger, and the blood in his body boiled. Boom. He forcibly broke free from the aura's confinement, grabbed Lu Xingqian, and instantly disappeared without a trace. At the instant when the two of them disappeared, the Monkey King's palm arrived, and the void actually distorted. It was truly unbelievable. How powerful was that palm? If they were hit by it, the two of them would definitely be smashed into pieces. Bastard. If you have the guts, don't hide your head and tail. Come out now. The Monkey King's roar was like thunder, and its battle chi surged out in all directions like tidal waves. Boom. The ground below was directly blasted into a bottomless pit, and dust and smoke covered several miles of land. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian both had faces full of fear. Lu Xingqian said in a deep voice, "This monkey is too strong. If we don't break through to War Master, we have no chance of winning." War Master. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Right now he was only a 5-star War Emperor, and was 4 small realms away from War Master. Breaking through to War Master in a short period of time was simply an unrealistic problem. As for Lu Xingqian, that was even more impossible. Without opening the door of potential, it would take even longer. Gradually. The commotion outside gradually calmed down. Qin Feiyang said, "It has already left." Lu Xingqian asked, "Then what do we do next?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go to the mountain peak where the Monkey King lives first." Lu Xingqian looked at him in shock. He actually took the initiative to go to the Monkey King's lair? Was this guy really not afraid of death? What? Lu Xingqian asked. He really couldn't think of a reason to go to the peak of the mountain. For months ago we blew up a lot of monkeys' heads, but today they've all recovered. And in these 4 months, we haven't heard any human voices. This means that the pill should be on the Monkey King. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian said, "So you suspect that the alchemist might also be at the peak of the mountain?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although it was only a suspicion, it was still necessary to confirm it. After all, they still didn't know anything about this. Lu Xingqian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's go to the peak of the mountain." The two of them took a top-grade alchemist and left the castle. The ancient castle was exposed to the outside and would sink on its own. Therefore, the place where they appeared now was inside the sinkhole. However, just as they appeared, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. The two of them raised their heads and saw the Monkey King standing above the deep pit, its eyes flashing with an astonishing ferocious light. Not good. The mystery of the ancient castle has been seen through by it. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Although the ancient castle was heaven-defying, its flaws also gave him a headache. The first was that he couldn't see the situation outside and could only rely on his ears to listen. The second flaw was that he couldn't move. Without these 2 flaws, not to mention the War Master, even an existence that surpassed the War Master wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boom. Chapter 480. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he brought Lu Xingqian into the castle. "If it keeps guarding outside, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here forever," Lu Xingqian said. In this way, not to mention finding Renduxing, even going to the peak of the mountain would be a pipe dream. Qin Feiyang said, "It doesn't matter. We have a lot of resources on us. Let's see who can outlast the other." After saying that, he walked to the altar and continued to copy the 9th stroke of the battle formula. Now, every minute and second was very precious. They couldn't waste it. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang's back. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he didn't say anything. He also sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Monkey King had been waiting outside. It seemed that it wouldn't stop until it killed the two of them. But as time passed, the Monkey King began to get impatient. After waiting for a full month, it finally lost its patience and turned to leave, returning to the peak of the mountain. The next day, Qin Feiyang stopped copying and whispered, "It's been a month. It should have left." Swoosh. With a flash, he appeared at the bottom of the sinkhole. Seeing that the Monkey King had disappeared, he immediately entered the castle and closed the iron box. In this month of copying, the last stroke of the battle formula had been copied by more than half. He estimated that he would be able to master the battle formula in another month at most. He looked at the pangolin and said, "Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. Do me a favor." It had been 5 months since they entered the ruins. The cultivation of Fatso and the others were soaring crazily. The pangolin was the same. Now, it had stepped into the War Emperor realm and it was a 2-star War Emperor. Its speed was simply heaven and earth compared to before. The pangolin opened its eyes and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lu Xingchen also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Your strength is digging holes." The pangolin suddenly became angry and roared, "I'll say it again. Digging holes is not my strength." Ugh. Qin Feiyang was stunned and joked, "Then what's your strength?" The pangolin proudly said, "This king has many strong points. For example, fighting 1 against 10 is no problem at all." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He smiled and said, "Then you go and get rid of that monkey." Ah. The pangolin laughed dryly and said, "It's better for you to handle such a small matter. Letting this king go is a bit overkill." Shameless. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. He led the pangolin and Lu Xingchen into the deep pit. 2 people and 1 beast flew out of the deep pit and stood in the air above the forest. Qin Feiyang pointed to the mountain peak and said to the pangolin, "Dig there." "It's nothing." The pangolin chuckled and landed on the ground. It returned to its original form and began to dig. In less than 5 breaths, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. Qin Feiyang said to Lu Xingchen, "You go in first. Remember to hide your aura." Lu Xingchen swooped down and entered the black hole. After waiting for about 100 breaths, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his index finger pointed 4 times in the air. Immediately, 4 invisible forces roared in 4 different directions and blasted into the mountains not far away. Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, everything within a radius of thousands of meters was instantly turned into dust. At the same time, many black stone apes were splattered on the spot. Roar! On the mountain peak, the Monkey King's angry roar sounded. Following closely, Qin Feiyang saw a light shadow rushing out from the mountain peak and rushing in this direction. "Damn monkey, the good show is yet to come." Qin Feiyang sneered, turned in the air and rushed into the black hole like lightning. At the same time as he entered the black hole, he waved his hand, and the battle chi spread in all directions. The entrance of the hole suddenly collapsed. The entrance of the hole was instantly submerged in mud. When the Monkey King rushed here and saw that Qin Feiyang was gone again, it immediately went crazy with anger. Inside the cave, Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and chased for about 100 breaths before finally catching up with Lu Xingchen and the pangolin. Lu Xingchen asked, "Did you fight with the Monkey King just now?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What a joke, the Monkey King was so strong, fighting with it wasn't it courting death?" Lu Xingchen asked, "Then what was the commotion just now?" Qin Feiyang said, "I killed a few blackstone apes and sealed the cave entrance while I was at it." "Why did you kill them?" Lu Xingchen was puzzled. "Of course it's to lure the Monkey King out," Qin Feiyang said. "If the Monkey King was at the top of the mountain, even if they went over, they wouldn't dare to show up. And now, the Monkey King would definitely think that they were still hiding in the ancient castle and would definitely wait for a period of time. During this period of time, they would have the opportunity to sneak to the top of the mountain." Lu Xingchen was secretly shocked. No matter what he did it flawlessly. Qin Feiyang's brain was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. The pangolin's digging ability was also unparalleled in the world. No matter how hard the stone was, it could directly dig a tunnel. Qin Feiyang looked curiously for a while and asked, Pangolin, can you dig directly to the top of the mountain? Nonsense. I can dig it even with my eyes closed. The pangolin looked at him with disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled and didn't say anything else. About an hour later, the pangolin began to dig upwards. Another half an hour passed. The pangolin dug and suddenly dug out the ground and light appeared again. 2 people and 1 pangolin rushed out and stood on a large stone, scanning the surroundings. This was indeed the top of the mountain. Around them there were rocks and weeds. Green ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves stood at the edge of the mountain like giant umbrellas. The pangolin's eyes suddenly focused and locked onto a certain place. It said in surprise, "Look, there's a cave there." Cave. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian turned their heads and saw a pitch-black cliff 100 meters behind them. Moss had already grown on the cliff, and there were also green vines that crisscrossed and covered every corner of the cliff. And in the center of the cliff, there was a large cave entrance. The pangolin said, "Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are some treasures." Treasures? Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. This cave should be the Monkey King's cave residence. That alchemist was very likely to be inside. Just in case, you should go to the ancient castle first. Qin Feiyang looked at the pangolin and said, "All right, I'll continue to cultivate." The pangolin was also straightforward. Because it knew that with Qin Feiyang here, even if there were treasures in the cave, it wouldn't have a share. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the pangolin into the ancient castle. Then he turned and walked to the side of a large tree at the edge of the mountain peak and looked down. Standing here, although he couldn't see the Monkey King, he could clearly feel its ferocious aura. Lu Xingqian walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said with a smile, "It really fell for it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two turned and walked to the front of the cliff. Lu Xingqian took a deep breath and whispered, "Be careful." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Xingqian was about to enter the cave when Qin Feiyang glanced at the ground. His pupils suddenly shrank and he pulled Lu Xingqian, "Wait." The sudden change scared Lu Xingqian so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He whispered, "What's wrong?" "Look over there." Qin Feiyang pointed at the ground beside the cave. Lu Xingqian looked over, his eyes full of doubt. The ground was inlaid with some kind of black stone. After the erosion of time, it had become extremely broken. Some vines and dried leaves were crawling on the stone. There was nothing strange about it. Something was wrong. There was a piece of ground that didn't have vines, moss, or dried leaves. This piece of ground was about 3 to 4 meters wide. Other places had vines, but this was the only place that didn't have vines. It didn't make sense. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and he said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, this should be where the Monkey King is sitting." What? Lu Xingqian turned pale with fright. If that was the case, wouldn't the Monkey King be the guardian of this cave? He originally thought that the cave was the Monkey King's cave. He didn't expect that it was only guarding this cave. What was hiding in this cave? The two stood in front of the cave, not daring to take another step forward. Their eyes were flickering. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Who cares, let's go in." "Yes, how can we catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den?" Lu Xingqian nodded. The two of them mustered up their courage and walked into the cave. There was no light inside and it seemed a little gloomy. Qin Feiyang spread out his big hands. Flaming battle chi emerged, illuminating the place. It turned out that this was only a passage. The passage was slanted downwards. The two of them walked down carefully. They could feel that the air had turned cold. As they went deeper, the temperature became colder. After about 10 breaths, a little crystal light suddenly appeared in front of them. They didn't see wrong. It was not the light of fire, nor was it the light of night pearls or moonstones. It was like a crystal emitting light in the darkness. Then, the two of them held their breaths and walked over silently. The temperature was also getting colder and colder. Their eyebrows and hair were already covered with a layer of frost. It was so cold that it made them tremble. As they got closer, the crystal light became more obvious. After a few breaths, the two of them finally saw the glowing object clearly. It turned out that it was ice. They saw an ice cave more than 10 meters in front of them. It was full of ice. When they walked here, the cold air attacked them, making them feel a piercing pain. The two of them gritted their teeth and walked to the ice cave, looking at everything in surprise. It wasn't snowing here and the weather outside wasn't cold, but how could there be an ice cave? And this ice didn't show any signs of melting. This was obviously against common sense. And even if it was ice, it couldn't emit light in the dark. Could it be that this wasn't ordinary ice? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes focused and looked into the depths of the ice. There was actually another blurry figure inside. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Lu Xingqian also noticed it and felt very incredulous. The two of them rubbed their eyes at the same time and looked again. The blurry figure was still there. They weren't playing tricks on them. It really existed. That figure was about 1.78 meters tall. From the outline it should be a person. Chapter 481. I once heard that some powerhouses would use battle aura to seal themselves and wait for others to rescue them in order to avoid being hunted down by enemies or on the eve of their death. Brother Qin, do you think that the person inside the ice is an expert like that? Lu Xingqian pondered for a while and whispered. Qin Feiyang was surprised and turned to look at Lu Xingqian. Who did you hear this from? What Lu Xingqian said did exist. But this was a secret. There was a historical book in the imperial palace that recorded it. However, this historical book was placed in the emperor's study. As for the emperor's study, even the former Qin Feiyang didn't dare to barge in without the emperor's permission. Therefore, in the current Great Qin Empire, there were definitely no more than 10 people who knew about this. However, Lu Xingqian actually knew so much about it. Although he was a supreme-grade alchemist, he was only from the spiritual state. It was really strange. Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed and he smiled. I only said that I heard it by chance and I don't know who this person is. There's a problem. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. This Lu Xingqian was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. However, he did not show any doubts and shook his head. I have never heard of these things before, so I don't dare to jump to conclusions. I see. It seems that this is just a rumor and can't be trusted. Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. Rumor? Qin Feiyang could not help but sneer in his heart. Lu Xingqian must have realized that he had let it slip and wanted to cover it up. However, he did not know that it was purely a cover-up. Clang. Qin Feiyang did not say much and took out Chang Shui. Seeing Chang Shui, Lu Xingqian's eyes had a trace of fear. Brother Qin, before breaking the ice you have to think carefully. There's nothing to consider. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and used the Chang Shui to lightly cut the ice. A crack immediately appeared. So sharp. Lu Xingqian retreated. Seeing that the Chang Shui could cut through the ice, Qin Feiyang waved the Chang Shui to break the ice. Bang. Not long after, a large piece of ice fell to the ground. Wait. As the ice fell off, Lu Xingqian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. However, in the next instant his expression changed drastically. Furthermore, he decisively retreated from the ice cave, his eyes filled with disbelief. As the piece of ice had fallen off, the layer of ice had become thinner so the frozen figure could now be clearly seen. It wasn't a person but a black stone ape. If it was just an ordinary black stone ape, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian would not be so shocked. What surprised them was that the black stone ape inside the ice actually had 5 heads. This meant that this beast was an existence that surpassed the War Master. Lu Xingqian swallowed his saliva and said, I finally understand why those black stone apes chased us away. This ape is the real Monkey King. Hurry up and leave. Qin Feiyang bellowed, turned around and ran outside without looking back. Lu Xingqian looked at the black stone ape, a light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he also turned around and left. However, before the two of them could reach the entrance of the cave, a terrifying might came from outside. Lu Xingqian said in a low voice, Not good, the Monkey King is back. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped, his heart in his throat. But fortunately the Monkey King did not discover them and did not enter the cave. Lu Xingqian asked, What do we do now? Qin Feiyang said, We can only let the pangolin beast come out and dig a hole. With a wave of his hand, the pangolin beast immediately appeared. Bastard, you actually dare to barge in here. But just as the pangolin beast came out, the Monkey King outside roared. Following closely, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian felt that the Monkey King's aura had entered the cave and was rapidly approaching them. How did it discover us? Lu Xingqian was bewildered. Qin Feiyang also frowned, suddenly shook his head and laughed bitterly. It should be footprints. Lu Xingqian was slightly startled and could not help but laugh bitterly. Before entering the cave they stopped at the entrance of the cave. It must have been at that time that they left their footprints on the ground. It was truly a mistake. The pangolin beast glanced at the two of them and said angrily, Hey, I say you two, can't you wait until we escape and then talk about this useless nonsense? We can't escape. Lu Xingqian shook his head. It was too late to dig a hole now. Unless they hid in the ancient castle again. But it was impossible to hide in there forever. Let's take a gamble. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and led Lu Xingqian and the pangolin beast into the ancient castle. Almost at the next moment the Monkey King arrived at the place where they disappeared, but it did not stop and went straight to the ice cave. After the Monkey King disappeared, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian appeared out of thin air again. They concealed their auras in advance and rushed toward the entrance of the cave. "Damn bastards, I'll kill you." In the depths of the cave an angry roar exploded. The Monkey King hurriedly turned around and flew toward the entrance of the cave. "The speed is too fast, quickly hide." Lu Xingqian shouted in a low voice and his face was somewhat pale. The Monkey King was completely enraged. If they were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate. He grabbed Lu Xingqian and entered the ancient castle again. The Monkey King chased out of the cave, but it did not see Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. It was instantly flustered and exasperated. Inside the ancient castle, Lu Xingqian sighed and said, "It seems that we are trapped here." Qin Feiyang felt the same. Now the Monkey King was on high alert. If they let the pangolin beast continue digging, it would definitely be discovered by the Monkey King. Because of the digging there would be some noise. Hence this method was no longer feasible. But it was not that there was no other way. That Monkey King that was sealed in ice must have sealed itself. According to ancient records, this kind of self-sealing could allow one to maintain their life. For example, if they sealed themselves 1,000 years ago and unsealed themselves 1,000 years later, they could continue to live. But there was a fatal flaw. Firstly, their cultivation would regress with the passage of time. This meant that their cultivation would drop bit by bit. Secondly, a large amount of fresh blood was needed to awaken the self-sealing Monkey King. If there was no fresh blood, even if you ruthlessly beat it or even killed it, it would not awaken. And this point was just right for them to make use of. As long as they got their hands on that frozen Monkey King, the Monkey King outside would definitely hesitate to attack them. However, this method was somewhat risky. Because this way it would definitely make the Monkey King even angrier. In the future, as long as they were still in this canyon, they would definitely not let them go. In fact, this was a gamble. And now there seemed to be no other way. "Let's do it." Immediately, he told Lu Xingqian the plan. After listening, Lu Xingqian was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Didn't you say that you don't know about self-sealing?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I'm the same as you. It's just hearsay." Lu Xingqian said, "In that case, this might not be a rumor?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't know if it's a rumor or not. I only know that we can't be trapped here. We have to take a gamble." Lu Xingqian pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, it's rare to work with you. Today, I'll risk my life to accompany you. You're quite good at pretending." Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. He restrained his aura to the extreme and appeared in the passage with Lu Xingqian. Looking at the direction of the cave entrance, the two of them rushed toward the ice cave. When they arrived at the ice cave, Qin Feiyang directly took out the Chang Shui and gently cut the ice. Right now they couldn't make the slightest movement. Because if they alerted the Monkey King, it would definitely keep guarding here. At that time they would really be trapped here for the rest of their lives. But things didn't go as they wished. Whatever they wanted to do came true. The two of them clearly felt that the Monkey King's aura had entered the cave and was rapidly approaching them. "We can't dawdle like this anymore. Hurry up," Lu Xingqian growled. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He grabbed the Chang Shui and swung it like lightning. The friction between the Chang Shui and the ice made an ear-piercing sound. The Monkey King immediately sensed it and roared, "Damn bastards, I won't forgive you." Qin Feiyang shouted, "Seal the passage." Lu Xingqian raised his head and waved. The power of the wind appeared and blasted forward. Boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, the soil and stones above the passage suddenly collapsed. Roar. The Monkey King roared. Its battle aura turned into a torrent, and the soil and stones in front of it were turned into ashes. Faster. Lu Xingqian roared. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Although the Monkey King was about to arrive, he didn't lose his mind and didn't panic. Pieces of ice were constantly being cut down. At this moment, the layer of ice was only half a foot thick. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, the Monkey King suddenly rushed out of the dust. Seeing Qin Feiyang's actions, its aura suddenly surged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Crack. It was also at this moment that a piece of ice fell. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Chang Shui sank into the ice and shouted, "Withdraw your aura immediately or I will pierce its heart." "How dare you?" The Monkey King shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang's arms slightly exerted force. The current layer of ice was only a finger thick. It couldn't stop Chang Shui at all. Seeing that Chang Shui's sharp blade was about to pierce the frozen monkey's chest, The Monkey King hurriedly withdrew its aura and said, Don't, let's talk. Swish. Seeing this, Lu Xingqian also quickly retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Then the two of them looked at each other and a hint of joy crept into their eyes. This time it seemed that they had made the right bet. The Monkey King glanced at the two of them and locked its eyes on Qin Feiyang. It said in a deep voice, "Withdraw your dagger and I will let you go." Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's right. If you really wait for us to withdraw our daggers, I'm afraid you will immediately kill us. Lu Xingqian said. A fierce light flashed in the depths of the Monkey King's 8 eyes at the same time. It said, "I am a man of my word." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. If we are not idiots, your promise is useless to us. Then what do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a single hair on it, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will not let you go. The Monkey King said sternly. The fierce light in its eyes made people feel cold all over. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us, we will not hurt it." Chapter 482. Qin Feiyang said, "Leave the cave and wait for us outside." Impossible. The Monkey King shook its head decisively. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Do you think you have the right to refuse now? Anyway, I won't leave the cave. If I really kill it, you won't be able to live today either." The Monkey King said coldly. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a low voice, "Lu Xingqian, help me get this monkey out." Lu Xingqian nodded and took out a dagger to cut the ice. Clang. But it only left a white mark. What's going on? Lu Xingqian was shocked. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. Whoosh. At this moment, the Monkey King's eyes flashed coldly. It suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. "Do you want to die?" Qin Feiyang shouted and exerted some force with his arm. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Chang Shue's dagger penetrated deeper. "Don't." The Monkey King hurriedly stopped. Its 8 eyes were full of panic. "Back off," Qin Feiyang shouted. "Okay." The Monkey King retreated to its original position. Lu Xingqian took out a battle sword and slashed at the ice with all his strength. Clang. In the end, the ice did not break. Instead, the battle sword broke. How can this be? Lu Xingqian was stunned. He gritted his teeth and took out a pitch-black broadsword. The blade flashed with a bone-piercing sharpness. He slashed with all his strength. The result was the same. The broadsword broke. Don't waste your energy. This ice is formed by the battle chi of this monkey. It has 5 heads. Its strength must be unfathomable. I'm afraid it's impossible for ordinary weapons to break through this ice. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? Lu Xingqian asked. The Monkey King was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to break through the ice. Right now, if they wanted to take this monkey away, it would be extremely difficult. Now we have to get it away. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. Suddenly, with a thought, a rib appeared and said, "Let's see if we can break the ice." Lu Xingqian grabbed it in his hand and stared hard at Han Bing. Crack. The ice immediately cracked. Can I? Lu Xingqian's eyes lit up. The Monkey King turned pale with fright. Don't move. Qin Feiyang stared at it. Lu Xingqian raised his hand and quickly smashed the ice. The Monkey King grew increasingly anxious. Boom. Seeing that the last piece of ice was about to be shattered by Lu Xingqian, it could no longer hold back and roared out. Do you want it to die? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Chang Shui penetrated a few inches and easily broke through the frozen monkey's fur. No. The Monkey King hurriedly withdrew his pressure, his eyes filled with panic. He was also extremely angry in his heart. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt it. When we leave the canyon, I will return it to you." The Monkey King roared, "Can the words of humans be trusted?" Qin Feiyang said, "I, Qin Feiyang, will do what I say, but the premise is that you don't do anything to harm us." The Monkey King's eyes flickered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right, this emperor will believe you this once." Crack. The last piece of ice finally broke. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the ice monkey to the castle. The Monkey King's gaze changed as he hurriedly asked, "Where did you send it?" Qin Feiyang put away Chang Shui and said indifferently, "It is in my hiding treasure. If you dare to touch us now, it will immediately die." Lu Xingqian returned the rib to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Get out of the way, don't block our way." The Monkey King retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other and carefully walked past it. Unexpectedly, the Monkey King did not make a move against them, but followed behind them all the way. After walking out of the cave, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Monkey King and said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be other people here." The Monkey King frowned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Renduxing's shadow appeared. "Has he been to the canyon?" The Monkey King raised his head and his pupils shrank slightly. But then, there was a trace of confusion in those 8 eyes. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen him, and in the past 10,000 years, the only humans who have entered this canyon are you. You really haven't seen him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Monkey King nodded. Lu Xingqian asked, "Did we guess wrong?" "Don't jump to conclusions first. Although this is only a large canyon, it surrounds the entire ruins. You can imagine how long it is. There are many places to hide," Qin Feiyang said. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It turned out that the Monkey King had unknowingly changed the topic. He looked at the Monkey King again and said in a deep voice, "Since there is no one else in the canyon, how did your monkeys recover their arms and heads?" The Monkey King said, "We black stone apes have the ability to repair ourselves. So that's how it is." Lu Xingqian suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not like that." The Monkey King and Lu Xingqian both looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked at the Monkey King and sneered, "You're lying." The Monkey King said angrily, "When did this emperor lie?" Qin Feiyang said, "Although I have never seen the black stone apes before, I still know you guys very well. You don't have the ability to heal at all." "How do you know?" The Monkey King was extremely surprised. "Don't worry about how I know. Now I can already conclude that there must be someone here." "Where the hell is he? Tell me quickly," Qin Feiyang shouted. The Monkey King said, "There are really no other humans here." "Still not telling the truth, are you?" Qin Feiyang shouted angrily, and his patience gradually began to wear out. "This emperor really doesn't know. This emperor has always been in this area, and I don't know anything about other places. If you insist that there are other humans here, you can return it to this emperor first and then look elsewhere. This emperor will definitely not stop you," the Monkey King said anxiously. Lu Xingqian whispered, "Looks like it won't say anything. Then let's go, don't waste time." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, and the two of them soared into the air and flew forward. The Monkey King hurriedly followed behind them. Lu Xingqian turned his head to look and frowned. "It doesn't seem to be a solution for it to keep following us like this. We can't beat it and we don't dare to kill it. What else can we do? We can only let it follow us." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he asked, "Is Ren Duxing an alchemist?" "Yes." Lu Xingqian nodded and said, "And Uncle Ren is also a top-grade alchemist. Of course, when I first stepped onto the path of alchemy, he was the one who guided me in alchemy." "What?" Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Lu Xingqian frowned and wondered, "What are you thinking? Are you suspecting that Uncle Ren is refining pills for these beasts?" Qin Feiyang said, "This is not impossible." "Impossible." "When Uncle Ren left back then, he didn't have the alchemy fire on him, so he couldn't refine pills at all," Lu Xingqian said flatly. Qin Feiyang said, "How many years have passed? He didn't have the alchemy fire back then, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have it now." "I still don't agree. Because if the person refining the pills is really Uncle Ren, when we fight with the Black Stone Apes, he will definitely appear and meet us." Lu Xingqian shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm just guessing." In the jungle below, there were many black stone apes, who were eyeing the two of them covetously. There were even many apes that ran out to block the way, but they were all retreated by the Monkey King. An hour later, a desolate desert entered their line of sight. The two of them stood above the jungle and scanned the desert, their eyes full of surprise. How could this be? This was a verdant land and that was a barren desert. Wasn't the change too big? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Monkey King and said, "Why are there two different places?" The Monkey King shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Lu Xingqian frowned and said, "Haven't you been living here all the time? How can you not know?" "That's right. But I really don't know how this place was formed," the Monkey King said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then what's in this desert?" The Monkey King said, "I don't know either." "You don't know?" The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. A moment later, Qin Feiyang said, "Although there are unknown risks in the desert, there is also an advantage. There is no shelter and the field of vision is wide, so it is easy to search." Lu Xingqian nodded. "Don't stop, fly directly. Also, pay attention to the cliffs on both sides and see if there are any caves. Qin Feiyang reminded, then he used the phantom steps and rushed away without looking back. Lu Xingqian also used the mysterious steps and followed closely behind Qin Feiyang. Damn it. The Monkey King was so angry that he stomped his feet. He looked at the desert and hesitated for a moment, then finally followed. After flying for about an hour and seeing that there was no danger, Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King gradually relaxed their vigilance. However, not long after, the yellow sand below began to roll, as if something was wandering in the sand. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King were surprised. Could it be the sand whale? Qin Feiyang shouted, "Don't look, let's go." The two of them were as fast as lightning. The rolling yellow sand below also began to move. In the end, it even set off a sand wave dozens of feet high, covering the sky and the earth. The injuries were extremely shocking. Lu Xingqian said in a low voice, "It seems that there are a lot of ferocious beasts lurking in the desert, and they have already targeted us." Qin Feiyang said, "Get ready to attack." There was no shelter. Although the field of vision was wide, flying high in the sky was also a big target. Crash. Suddenly, a sand wave suddenly rose hundreds of feet high. Following closely, a giant python rushed out of the sand wave, opened its bloody mouth revealing white fangs, and went straight for Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Lu Xingqian's eyes widened. The giant python's body was hundreds of meters long, and it was as thick as a dustpan. Its whole body seemed to be cast from yellow sand. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all when mixed with the yellow sand. Chapter 483. A snake with wings? Qin Feiyang also had a trace of suspicion on his face. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. The giant python flapped its huge wings and was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two. Their eyes trembled. Although this giant python was huge, its speed was not slow at all. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Lu Xingqian shouted coldly. The wind attribute battle chi emerged and condensed into a huge wind blade. It was his battle art, Gale Blade. Whoosh. The Gale Blade whistled and swept across the sky. In an instant it cut the giant python in half. Blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. Boom. The giant python also wailed and chased down the desert below. With a loud sound, it smashed into the yellow sand. Hiss. It was also at this moment. A shocking scene appeared. 5 giant pythons rushed out of the yellow sand and rushed toward the giant python that was cut in half. In the end, it was eaten by the 5 giant pythons. They even eat their own kind? Lu Xingqian was stunned. Seeing this scene, the memories that Qin Feiyang had sealed away for a long time involuntarily surged forth. His body trembled and he said in a low voice, "I already know what they are." What? Lu Xingqian looked at him in surprise. "Flying sand python." Qin Feiyang said word by word. His tone was quite serious. Lu Xingqian showed a puzzled look. Flying sand python is the same as the blackstone ape. They are a species from 10,000 years ago. The blackstone ape's defense is amazing. And the flying sand python's speed is very fast. They can leave their opponents far behind in the same realm. Moreover, whenever their companions are killed, they will eat their companions' corpses. This behavior is not a habit. It is because eating their companions' corpses can increase their own strength. However, this does not mean that they are not united. On the contrary, they are very united. They will hunt down the executioner who kills their companions until the other party is dead. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. "I see." Lu Xingqian revealed a look of realization, but his heart was also very heavy. The surviving species from 10,000 years ago had the ability to reach the heavens. It seemed that this winged sand python was not easy to deal with. After the 5 winged sand pythons finished devouring the corpses of their companions, they raised their heads and looked at Lu Xingqian. Their huge eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Qin Feiyang said, "They have their eyes on you." Lu Xingqian smiled bitterly. "You should have told me earlier. Otherwise I wouldn't have killed it. Even if you don't kill it, it will still kill you. After all, they are cold-blooded creatures. Let's do it. I reckon that in the desert, there should be a king similar to the Monkey King. Let's kill our way out before it appears." Qin Feiyang whispered. That being said, Qin Feiyang did not make a move. Seeing this, Lu Xingqian stared blankly and asked strangely, "You're just going to watch the show like this? I have to keep an eye on the Monkey King. Only you can do it." Qin Feiyang glanced at the Monkey King behind them. If the Monkey King took advantage of this situation, they would all be finished. "Sure enough, you're smart." Lu Xingqian gave him a thumbs up. But just as he was about to make a move, the 5-winged sand pythons directly drilled into the yellow sand and disappeared from their sight. What's going on? Lu Xingqian was a little confused. Don't worry about them. Let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Whoosh. The two of them sped up, like two bolts of lightning violently sweeping through the void. Boom. Crash. But in less than 10 breaths. As far as the eye could see, the yellow sand was tumbling. Waves of sand surged violently. At this moment, the void was submerged by the yellow sand. Oh no, they're going to find help. Qin Feiyang exclaimed. Sure enough. Among the sand waves, the winged giant pythons constantly swept out, densely packed. There were at least 300 of them. Seeing this, behind them, the Monkey King's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang shouted, "You open the way, I'll cover the back." Okay. Lu Xingqian nodded. His battle chi surged and transformed into a terrifying hurricane that whistled forward. More than 10 winged sand pythons revealed a fierce look, simultaneously raising their giant tails to attack the hurricane. Boom. A loud explosion was heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. The hurricane was forcefully shattered. The giant tails of the winged sand pythons were also torn open, blood staining the sky. But it was obvious that they all had the strength of a 9-star combat emperor. Humans, you all deserve to die. One of the winged sand pythons shouted. In an instant, the surrounding winged sand pythons opened their wide mouths, spitting out a transparent saliva. Be careful, the saliva contains a strong poison. With our current cultivation, we'll definitely die if we touch it. Qin Feiyang shouted. But one must know that there were more than 300 winged sand pythons here. If they spat out saliva together, it would be enough to form a large waterfall. The two of them had nowhere to run. Lu Xingqian said in a deep voice, "I can't use my battle technique now, you'll have to deal with it." Because of the wind, the saliva would splatter everywhere, making it easier to stick to the saliva. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. The 9-leaf fire lotus appeared out of thin air, and waves of fire immediately surged. Boom. In the next moment, with the two of them as the center, the waves of fire surged in all directions. The terrifyingly high temperature quickly evaporated the saliva. However, there were still a few drops of saliva that escaped the evaporation of the waves of fire. Like a few arrows, they instantly stuck to Lu Xingqian's hand. Immediately, his skin began to fester. His lips also instantly turned black. He could not help but wail in pain. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed inwardly. He took out the Chang Shui and decisively cut off Lu Xingqian's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. However, the blood was as black as ink and it was even steaming with black smoke. Swoosh. However, at the same time, the Monkey King behind them suddenly went berserk. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly landed behind Qin Feiyang. Its huge hand, which was the size of a dustpan, grabbed Qin Feiyang. Then, it held Qin Feiyang's entire body firmly in its hands. You're still being dishonest. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. He exerted all his strength. However, the Monkey King's strength was too great. He could not break free at all. Moreover, he was held in the Monkey King's hand, including his arm and the Chang Shui. Hence he could not use the Chang Shui. The Monkey King roared, "Hand it over to me at once or I'll crush you. If you crush me, it'll die as well." Qin Feiyang sneered. Stubborn. The Monkey King's eyes shone fiercely. It exerted a little force and Qin Feiyang's bones, apart from his head, were all broken. The intense pain caused his face to contort. As for Lu Xingqian, he could not save him now, because the venom of the winged sand python was too terrifying. Although Qin Feiyang cut off his arm in time, the venom had already mixed into his blood, and his consciousness was dizzy. Even the poison was attacking his heart. What should I do? Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feiyang's mind. At this time he must be calm. Otherwise, once he lost his mind, he would definitely die. The situation at this time could be said to be hanging by a thread. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, the pangolin appeared without any warning. Catch it! Qin Feiyang roared. With a thought, a rib appeared. When the pangolin saw this situation, it knew what to do. It grabbed the rib and slammed it on the Monkey King's head. Immediately, the Monkey King was smashed to the point of seeing stars. The hand that grabbed Qin Feiyang also loosened a little. Still not letting go. The pangolin roared, grabbed the rib again, and smashed it on the other 3 heads of the Monkey King like lightning. Bang bang bang. The 4 heads of the Monkey King began to feel dizzy. The huge hand that grabbed Qin Feiyang finally loosened. But at the same time, the Monkey King raised his other arm and slammed it on the pangolin. The pangolin was smart. It had already expected this. It quickly moved its body and narrowly avoided this dangerous attack. But even so, the palm wind sent it flying. Its skin and flesh were lacerated. After all, it was only a 2-star war emperor now. The gap between it and the Monkey King was too big. Even if it was just a palm wind, it was still fatal. His consciousness was being swallowed by the darkness. Moreover, the winged sand python once again spat out a wave of venom. It covered the sky and the earth, terrifying one's mind. But at this time, Qin Feiyang finally escaped. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and sent Lu Xingqian to the ancient castle. Following closely, he endured the intense pain and rushed towards the pangolin. At the same time, the 9-leaf fire lotus erupted with a monstrous wave of fire, drowning the void. A large part of the saliva instantly evaporated. But there was too much saliva and it couldn't evaporate all of it. A drop of saliva landed on Qin Feiyang's leg. He could clearly feel a terrifying poison rapidly spreading throughout his body. His skin instantly turned pitch black. His life was in danger. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and endured the heart-wrenching pain. He raised his broken arm and swung the changshui. His thigh was directly cut off. Pitch-black blood sprinkled down like rain. But the remaining poison quickly spread throughout his body. His consciousness was also dizzy. Roar! However, misfortune never came alone. At this time, the Monkey King woke up. It roared angrily and crossed the void, charging towards Qin Feiyang. Its body was overflowing with hostility. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tensed up. Cold sweat broke out. He bit his tongue hard to maintain his consciousness and roared, "Pangolin, come here." The roar was like thunder, entering the pangolin's mind. Immediately, the pangolin quivered. Its consciousness that was swallowed by the darkness suddenly woke up. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately dragged its seriously injured body and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also flew towards it. The distance between the man and the beast was only 100 meters. But at this moment, in their eyes, it was like a gap that was difficult to cross. Those winged sand pythons spat out the third wave of saliva. Their target was not Qin Feiyang but the pangolin. The Monkey King's target was Qin Feiyang. The pangolin anxiously roared, "You can't save me. Go. No. Since you've followed me, I can't leave you behind." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Clang. 9 fire lotus leaves fell at the same time and bombarded the Monkey King behind. Explode. As it approached, Qin Feiyang roared. The 9 leaves exploded, giving birth to an apocalyptic energy that turned into a giant wave that swept out in all directions. The saliva that rushed towards the pangolin was all evaporated in an instant. But this did not stop the Monkey King from advancing. It only made it pause. All of this happened too fast. Chapter 484. A distance of 50 meters could be covered in a few steps. However, at this moment, for Qin Feiyang and the pangolin, it was a line of life and death that was difficult to approach. The pangolin angrily said, "I told you to leave, so leave quickly." The Monkey King was already behind Qin Feiyang, and it was only a few meters away. With Qin Feiyang's current state, it was impossible to escape. But he couldn't give up. It was even more impossible to abandon the pangolin and escape alone. Clang. A red battle sword emerged from behind him. Following closely, a flaming beast shadow roared out. One sword and one beast carried a never-say-die belief as they charged towards the Monkey King. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Monkey King's eyes were filled with disdain. With a slap of its big hand, it directly smashed the battle sword and the beast shadow into pieces. Puff. Qin Feiyang was so angry that blood spurted out, and his injuries worsened. The pangolin angrily roared, "Leave quickly, do you want to die? Before I give up, don't give up either." Qin Feiyang shouted as his consciousness continued to fade. He bit his tongue hard again and his tongue was about to be bitten off. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth like a stream. His entire face had been distorted. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was willing to risk his life to save him, the pangolin's heart was sour, and tears could not stop flowing out of his eyes. At this time, the distance between the man and the beast was only 20 meters. However, the Monkey King had also come behind Qin Feiyang and was very close. "Don't even think about escaping today." It raised its huge hand and once again grabbed towards Qin Feiyang. Right now, it did not dare to really kill Qin Feiyang, but as long as it caught Qin Feiyang, all the problems would be solved. But at this time, a loud dragon roar sounded, shaking the void and the earth. Then, a vast dragon might, like a volcanic eruption, crazily rolled out in this place. The winged sand pythons around suddenly trembled, and a strong fear emerged from the depths of their hearts. Even the Monkey King's face changed color and retreated without hesitation. 4 pairs of eyes and 8 pupils constricted together. This was an innate fear. The dragon was the king of all beasts, and its dignity was inviolable. Whether it was the dire beasts of today or the descendants from 10,000 years ago, they were all instinctively afraid of it. The Monkey King and the winged sand pythons couldn't figure it out. How did this human suddenly burst out with dragon's might? Qin Feiyang wanted to summon the purple gold dragon soul, but seeing the situation he decided against it. After all, the purple gold dragon soul was too shocking. If news of this spread, who knew what kind of storm it would cause? As long as he could intimidate the Monkey King and the winged sand python, everything would be fine. And now was the opportunity. Qin Feiyang and the pangolin quickly converged. Not good. The expression of the Monkey King drastically changed. His might gushed forth as he lunged towards the human and beast. Damned monkey, you'll regret this. Qin Feiyang sneered, grabbed the pangolin beast and disappeared without a trace. Damn it. The Monkey King howled in anger as its baleful aura soared to the heavens. The surrounding winged sand pythons all hid far away, not daring to approach it. Whoosh. But at this time, with the sound of something breaking through the air, another winged sand python landed in front of the Monkey King. Its body was very small, only more than 1 meter long, but its body was covered with yellow scales, revealing a hard texture. Greetings, my king. The surrounding winged sand pythons all lowered their heads, looking extremely respectful. That's right. It was the ruler of this desert, the Sand Python King. The Sand Python King looked at the Monkey King with its long and narrow snake eyes shining with cold light, and said, "Monkey, what was that dragon's might just now?" The Monkey King replied, "I don't know, but I'm sure that the human called Qin Feiyang is not simple." Qin Feiyang? The Sand Python King was confused. They entered here 4 months ago. Countless of my monkeys and grandchildren have been killed by them. The most important thing is that the self-proclaimed holy monkey also fell into their hands. The Monkey King continued to transmit his voice, his eyes as gloomy as water. What? The Sand Python King's expression changed and he also said secretly, "You let them take the holy monkey, what are you doing?" His tone was quite angry. "I didn't want to do that. But they are really cunning." Furthermore, that Qin Feiyang possessed a dagger that could easily break through ice. He also possessed a bone that could shatter ice. In addition, he has a treasure that can hide. As long as he hides, I can't even sense where he is. Tell me, what can I do to them? The Monkey King roared. The Sand Python King was silent for a while, and then asked, "What is their purpose of coming here?" "To find someone," the Monkey King said. The Sand Python King's pupils contracted, and he said in a low voice, "Who?" "Him." The Monkey King transmitted his voice secretly. The Sand Python King said in surprise, "Impossible, how do they know where he is?" The Monkey King shook his head and said, "I don't know. It seems that this matter is more complicated than I thought. But no matter what, we can't let them leave alive. Because of the existence of the canyon, we can't let the people outside know about our existence. We can't let them take the holy monkey away," the Sand Python King said. "Don't worry, they can't run away. According to my observation, although Qin Feiyang's space treasure can hide, it can't be moved. As long as we stay here, they will come out to beg for mercy sooner or later." The Monkey King transmitted his voice and his eyes flashed fiercely. "Can't be moved?" The Sand Python King's eyes lit up and he sneered, "Very well, I would like to see who can outlast the other." Immediately, under its order, the winged sand pythons around entered the yellow sand and disappeared. Only the Sand Python King and the Monkey King were here. At the same time, inside the castle, the moment Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingqian and the pangolin beast entered the ancient castle, their vision turned dark and they fell unconscious on the ground. No one cared about Lu Xingqian. But when Qin Feiyang and the pangolin fell, Lin Yi, Fatso, Lu Hong and Luo Qianxue were shocked. Fatso and Lu Hong were the first to get up. They ran to Qin Feiyang and the pangolin, squatted on the ground and checked their injuries. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue also got up and stood beside Qin Feiyang. Their faces were full of worry. After a few seconds, Lu Hong took out a healing pill and put it into the pangolin's mouth. Then she got up and walked to Fatso and asked, "How is Qin Feiyang?" Fatso frowned and asked, "What about the pangolin?" Lu Hong said, "It is just seriously injured and unconscious. I have given it a healing pill. Its life is not in danger." Fatso sighed, "The pangolin is fine, but the boss's situation is not good." When Lin Yi heard this sentence, her face suddenly turned pale. she said anxiously. How is Brother Feiyang? Fatso looked up at her and sighed. The boss's injury is not serious, but the toxin has entered his heart. What? Luo Qinshue, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies and minds trembled. Fatso said, fortunately the boss cut off his thigh in time. Otherwise he would be dead now. Lu Hong said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Just tell us if there is a way to detoxify. Now she was also in a mess. Yes. Detoxification pill. But the general detoxification pill definitely won't work. Fatso took out a medicinal pill with 2 elixir patterns and said worriedly, I just hope this detoxification pill is effective. After that, he put the detoxification pill into Qin Feiyang's mouth. Boss, Fat Lord still wants to be the protector general of the state. You can't die now. Fatso retracted his arm and muttered secretly. He turned to look at Lu Hong and said, give Lu Xingqian a detoxification pill too. Lu Hong turned around and walked toward Lu Xingqian. Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi squatted next to Qin Feiyang. She reached out and stroked Qin Feiyang's dark face. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and tears gushed out like a spring. Fatso got up, walked to Luo Qinshue's side and watched this scene silently. After Lu Hong gave Lu Xingqian a detoxification pill, she turned around and came to Fatso's side. Her eyes were a little wet, but she tried hard to restrain herself. Suddenly, she turned to look at Fatso and asked, do you have a blood-generating pill? Blood-generating pill? Fatso was taken aback and asked, why do you need the blood-generating pill? Lu Hong said, Qin Feiyang's blood has toxins. If the blood is drained he should recover faster. Fatso slapped his head and said angrily, why didn't Fat Lord think of it? He hurriedly took out the Qingkuan pouch and searched for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up and he took out 5 blood-generating pills. Then, he took out another dagger and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He urged, Yi, quickly move aside. Lin Yi retreated aside obediently. Fatso first gave Qin Feiyang a blood-generating pill, then cut Qin Feiyang's wrist with the dagger. Pitch-black blood immediately flowed out of the wound. A pungent stench quickly spread in the castle. Lin Yi said worriedly, Fatso, is it okay for you to bleed like this? Fatso smiled and said, don't worry. With the blood-generating pill there is no problem at all. After thinking about it, Fatso added, although the venom of the winged sand python is very toxic, it is still a lot worse than the black evil spirit's poison. The black evil spirit's poison can't kill boss, let alone this thing. In fact, he was also nervous in his heart. He said so just to comfort Lin Yi and Luo Qinshuo. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed. In the past 2 days, Lin Yi, Lu family and Luo Qinshuo stayed close. Fatso also bled Qin Feiyang 10 times. The originally dark blood had finally returned to normal. Qin Feiyang's breath gradually stabilized. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang's situation and smiled at Luo Qinshuo and others. Boss should be fine. You all go and cultivate. Don't waste time. Lin Yi said, you all go and cultivate. I will take care of Brother Feiyang. All right. Fatso thought for a while and nodded with a smile. After giving Qin Feiyang a healing pill and regeneration pill, he got up and walked to the corner to check the injuries of the pangolin beast. It hasn't woken up yet. This guy is seriously injured. Damn monkey, just you wait. I will cripple you sooner or later. Fatso's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. He sat cross-legged next to the pangolin beast and began to cultivate. Everything is because of strength. If I have enough strength, how can everyone fall into the current situation? Luo Qinshuo and Lu Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang and also entered close cultivation. If one looked closely, one would find that Lu Hong's expression had a piercing coldness. The next day, the pangolin beast finally woke up. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's situation had stabilized, it immediately began to close cultivation. Chapter 485. Another 5 days passed. Lin Yi did not leave for the past 5 days. Moreover, she also wiped the blood on Qin Feiyang's body clean. Qin Feiyang's lost thigh had also been repaired. It was on this day. Qin Feiyang's closed eyes moved slightly. Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi always paid attention to Qin Feiyang's situation, so this subtle change did not escape her eyes. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in her dim and lifeless eyes. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Brother Feiyang, you finally woke up. Do you know how worried I was these past few days? Lin Yi could no longer control her emotions. She lay on Qin Feiyang's body and cried with joy. I'm not dead. Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. When he recovered, he looked at Lin Yi, who was lying on top of him. His gaze suddenly became complicated. As long as one was not an idiot, one could see this girl's feelings for him. If this continues, I'm afraid it will reach the point of no return. But how can I make her give up completely? Reject her cruelly? But he really couldn't do it. Because he was Yi's only family member now. If he directly said that he did not like her, she would be too sad and would probably go to extremes. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He really couldn't make Yi sad. He raised his arm, gently rubbed Yi's head and comforted, "Am I not fine? Don't cry." His body was still very weak. It was difficult to even raise his hand. His voice was a little hoarse. But in order not to let Yi worry, he pretended to have recovered. "I'm not crying. I'm happy." Lin Yi raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with tears in her eyes. Her face was full of joy. "Yes, no matter what happens, you should be happy. Even if I die unfortunately, you have to live happily." Qin Feiyang smiled. Lin Yi's face changed. She hurriedly covered Qin Feiyang's mouth and said, "Don't say such inauspicious words." All right. I won't say anything. I won't say anything in the future. Get up first. I've been lying around for so long that my body is almost rusty." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Yes." Lin Yi nodded and got up to help Qin Feiyang up. Qin Feiyang stretched his muscles and bones. Although he didn't have much strength, walking wasn't a problem. Lin Yi looked up and down at Qin Feiyang and wondered, "Brother Feiyang, aren't you healed? Why is your face still a little dark?" "Is it dark?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Lin Yi took out a mirror and placed it in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at himself in the mirror. His skin was indeed a little dark, but it wasn't that obvious. How could this be? He frowned and immersed his mind into his body. After some observation, the blood in his body had completely returned to normal. But his heart was still a little dark. It seemed that the toxins had not been detoxified. Qin Feiyang calmed his mind, looked at Yi and asked, "Who helped me detoxify?" "It's Fatso. But the person who came up with this idea is Sister Lu Hong." Lin Yi briefly explained the situation at the time. After listening, Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and Lu Hong. Fortunately they were there. Otherwise it would be a disaster this time. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Lin Yi again and smiled, "Don't worry about me. Go and cultivate first." Lin Yi asked, "Are you really okay?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right." Lin Yi looked at him suspiciously, turned around, walked to Luo Chenxue and sat on the ground. When Lin Yi closed her eyes, Qin Feiyang glanced at the pangolin. Seeing that the pangolin had recovered, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief secretly. Then, he walked to Lu Xingqian again. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. Lu Xingqian was still in a coma. Not only that, but his skin was as black as charcoal, as dark as ink. What's going on? He hurriedly squatted down and checked Lu Xingqian's situation. His expression changed drastically. Fatso didn't detoxify Lu Xingqian. He knew what Fatso was thinking in his heart. But now Lu Xingqian couldn't die yet. Because Lu Xingqian's resurrection was too strange. He would feel uneasy if he didn't find out the truth. Qin Feiyang first refined a few regeneration pills and then changed Lu Xingqian's blood. Fortunately he woke up in time. If he woke up a few days later, Lu Xingqian would have died. When the situation stabilized, Qin Feiyang refined a detoxification pill with 3 elixir patterns and took it. Then he looked into his heart. The detoxification pill turned into a majestic energy and rushed to the heart. The last bit of toxin was finally removed. After the toxin was eradicated, Qin Feiyang's complexion really returned to normal, and the lost strength was also recovering little by little. "If I don't change my blood, I'm afraid I will need at least a detoxification pill with 4 elixir patterns to eradicate the toxin. It seems that I must be careful when facing the winged sand python in the future." Qin Feiyang murmured. At the same time he was quite worried. Even he couldn't refine a pill with 4 elixir patterns, let alone others. Looking at the entire spiritual state, it was impossible to find. If these winged sand pythons leave the Grand Canyon and enter the outside continent, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the billions of creatures in the spiritual state. If there is a chance, it is best to bury all the winged sand pythons here. Swish. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he disappeared instantly. But the next moment, he appeared out of thin air again with a gloomy gaze. Lin Yi opened her eyes suspiciously and asked, "Brother Feiyang, what's wrong?" Qin Feiyang said, "The Monkey King is guarding outside." There is also a winged sand python that is not inferior to the Monkey King. It should be the king of the winged sand python. Lin Yi said worriedly, then aren't we trapped here? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you just cultivate with peace of mind. I will deal with these things. And I believe in Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi smiled and closed her eyes. Damn monkey, this debt will not be settled like this. Wait and see. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely. He took out the battle chi pill and waited for the depleted battle chi to recover. Then he continued to copy the battle formula. Lu Xingchen didn't wake up until half a month later because he changed his blood too late. Qin Feiyang also refined a 3-vein detoxification pill for him to eradicate the toxin. Subsequently, Lu Xingchen began to retreat to restore his vitality. Time passed quickly like the sand between the fingers. On this day, Qin Feiyang's fingertips trembled, and a bright light beam bloomed, illuminating the entire ancient castle. His cultivation also soared to the 6-star combat emperor. Finally, I'm done copying. He didn't care much about the skyrocketing cultivation at this moment. His eyes were all on the word battle. About 3 breaths later, the word battle on the iron book suddenly turned blood red as if it was cast by blood, exuding a bloody brilliance. At the same time, a monstrous battle intent broke out, awakening everyone. Fatso and Lu Hong were already used to it. But Luo Qianxue, Lin Yi, the pangolin, and Lu Xingchen saw it for the first time. Their faces were full of surprise. What's going on? Suddenly the eyes of Luo Qianxue and the others became extremely incredulous. The word battle actually left the iron book and gradually rose into the air. Whoosh! Following closely, the word battle turned into a stream of light and went into Qin Feiyang's glabella. As soon as the word battle disappeared, the bloody brilliance and the astonishing battle intent also dissipated. The ancient castle soon returned to calm. The pangolin was surprised. What happened just now? This is a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and looked at the small line of words at the bottom of the page. After breaking through to the battle master, he could turn to the second page. Battle master? It shouldn't take long. He muttered secretly, closed the iron box, turned to look at Lu Xingchen and smiled. Do you dare to accompany me to meet the Monkey King? Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Xingchen got up without the slightest fear on his face. 2 lunatics. Fatso rolled his eyes at them and closed his eyes directly. Didn't they suffer enough last time? Now they actually took the initiative to provoke the monkey. If they weren't lunatics, what were they? Luo Qianxue said, Feiyang, I won't stop you from doing whatever you want, but you must act according to your ability. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. Luo Qianxue smiled with relief. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen and said, Are you ready? Lu Xingchen smiled and said, Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took Lu Xingchen and appeared over the desert. Monkey King and Sand Python Emperor, who were squatting in the void, suddenly became fierce when they saw the two. Monkey King sneered, I thought you would hide for a lifetime. Don't say such useless nonsense. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and said indifferently, Do you dare to make a bet with me? Is there a need for that? Sand Python Emperor sneered. Qin Feiyang turned to look at it and asked, Are you the emperor of this desert? That's right. Sand Python Emperor laughed coldly and arrogantly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, Just in time, one of you two can come and fight with me. As long as I can hold on for 10 breaths of time, you can let us go. 10 breaths of time? Are you joking? Haha. Monkey King and Sand Python Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud, filled with ridicule. One had to know. They were all existences of the War Master realm. And the human in front of him seemed to be only a 5-star War Emperor. No. Suddenly, Monkey King's pupils contracted. This human's aura was actually stronger than before. You can't have broken through again, right? Monkey King was surprised. Qin Feiyang laughed. Thank you for taking care of me, I just broke through to the 6-star War Emperor. How is this possible? Monkey King's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Sand Python Emperor said disdainfully, Monkey, isn't it just breaking through a small realm, what's the fuss about? Monkey King sent a sound transmission. It's not that I'm making a fuss, it's just that it's too unbelievable. Sand Python Emperor was stunned and secretly said, What do you mean? I clearly remember that when he first came to the canyon he was only a 4-star War Emperor. But in just half a year he actually broke through to the 6-star War Emperor. Don't you think this speed is amazing? Monkey King said. What? In half a year's time he broke through 2 small realms. When Sand Python Emperor heard this, He looked at Qin Feiyang with his mouth agape. Chapter 486. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two beasts and provoked, "I'll only ask you one thing, do you dare? Right now you don't have the conditions to choose. Because as long as we hide, you can't do anything to us. Moreover, you have seen Qin Feiyang's talent. I can guarantee that in less than 5 years he will be able to step into the War Master. And we are all top-grade alchemists. The resources we have on us are enough for us to survive for decades or even hundreds of years. Trying to trap us to death is simply a dream. Once Qin Feiyang steps into the War Master, you have even less chance of winning. So, you can only agree," Lu Xingqian said with a faint smile. Qin Feiyang said, "He said it clearly enough, I won't say any more, think about it carefully." Monkey King and Sand Python Emperor looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Monkey King gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right, this Emperor agrees, but what if you can't hold on for 10 breaths of time?" Qin Feiyang said, "If I can't hold on for 10 breaths of time, I will return the monkey to you and leave the canyon immediately." Monkey King said, "Then it's a deal." "It's a deal," Qin Feiyang said. Monkey King and Sand Python Emperor began to discuss who should go out to fight. Qin Feiyang took out a rib and handed it to Lu Xingqian, and whispered a few words into Lu Xingqian's ear. Lu Xingqian nodded. A moment later, Monkey King took a step forward, his 8 huge eyes firmly staring at Qin Feiyang, and said, "This emperor will accompany you in battle." "Step back," Qin Feiyang said to Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian retreated into the distance. Sand Python Emperor did not retreat and stood to the side. This was because the fluctuations from the battle between Monkey King and Qin Feiyang did not pose any danger to him. Oh! Qin Feiyang watched as Lu Xingqian left. He took a deep breath and turned back to look at the Monkey King. Come. Boom. The Monkey King's aura erupted forth. He soared through the air with a single step and instantly appeared before Qin Feiyang. The dustpan-sized giant hand suddenly slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. Battle chi surged, shaking the mountains and rivers. Moreover, its speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. "Fight!" Qin Feiyang stared at the Monkey King as he abruptly roared. A mist of blood instantly gushed out from his pores. Boom. Following closely, a monstrous battle intent rushed out of his body like an erupting volcano, unstoppable. It was the battle character formula. At the same time, his pitch-black hair and pitch-black eyes instantly turned blood red. The Monkey King looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, but then said disdainfully, "No matter what tricks you play, a loss is a loss and no one can change it." The dustpan-sized giant hand with a destructive force suddenly fell down. "That's not necessarily true." Qin Feiyang slapped the air with his palm, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. But compared to the Monkey King's giant hand, Qin Feiyang's hand was like an ant compared to an elephant, insignificant. At this moment, Lu Xingqian's heart was also in his throat. Boom. The two hands met in an instant. Without any suspense, Qin Feiyang was directly slapped down without any resistance, and his arm was instantly shattered. Bang. In the end, he was like a meteorite, smashing into the desert below. Suddenly, yellow sand flew. A sandstorm raged. A crater that was several hundred meters deep appeared. On the other hand, the Monkey King stood firmly in the air without moving, but there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Previously, when it collided with Qin Feiyang, it clearly felt that a part of its power was reflected back. In other words, this kind of battle art used by the other party had the power to give itself a taste of its own medicine. Its killing intent suddenly rose. This kind of battle art was too terrifying. If it allowed the other party to grow and break through to the War Master, it might not be able to stop him. It swooped down and swept towards the deep pit below. 3 breaths have already passed. A cold voice sounded. Qin Feiyang rushed out from the yellow sand, his body dripping with blood. However, no matter from his face or eyes, there was not the slightest trace of weakness. He seemed to be hale and hearty, and his fighting spirit was soaring to the sky. How is this possible? Seeing this, whether it was the Monkey King, the Sand Python Emperor, or Lu Xingqian, their faces were filled with disbelief. One must know. Qin Feiyang was only a 6-star war emperor, while the Monkey King was a genuine war master. The difference in their cultivation could be said to be like heaven and earth. The Monkey King had used all his strength in that palm strike. If it was someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces. Even if they weren't smashed into pieces, they would definitely be seriously injured and unconscious, or even crippled on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang was still alive and kicking. Why was this? Not good. All of a sudden, The sand python emperor quivered and came back to his senses. He shouted, "Monkey, 5 breaths have passed." 5 breaths. The Monkey King's huge body trembled and immediately charged towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang swallowed a regeneration pill and a healing pill. His blood-red hair was like a river of blood, dancing wildly behind him. "Battle character art, whether or not I can hold on today all depends on you," he mumbled to himself. Abruptly, he stared at the Monkey King as his eyes gleamed with determination. Boom. Qin Feiyang took the initiative to greet him. "You still dare to take the initiative to come up? You really don't know life from death." The Monkey King was furious. Qin Feiyang's behavior to it was simply a naked contempt. It was like a big mountain rapidly falling from the sky. Its big hairy foot was about to step on Qin Feiyang's head. It was going to crush Qin Feiyang's head. "Fight!" Qin Feiyang roared. He raised his other arm and the return character art appeared in his palm. He slapped at the Monkey King's foot. Boom. Crack. This arm was also smashed on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere and was once again blasted into the desert. "How dare you be arrogant in front of me, aren't you courting death?" The Monkey King sneered and turned to Lu Xingqian, his eyes flashing fiercely. He was fully confident in himself. Qin Feiyang would definitely die this time. The Sand Python Emperor also sneered. "Not good." Lu Xingqian's face darkened. He looked up at the black storm above and then down at the desert below. Is he really dead? His eyes flashed. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Lu Xingqian rushed to the sky and rushed toward the black storm. Once Qin Feiyang died, he had no place to hide. He could only hide in the storm to avoid the pursuit of the two beasts. However, just as the Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor were about to kill Lu Xingqian and Lu Xingqian was about to hide in the storm, a huge wave of yellow sand suddenly rose from below. A blood-red figure rushed out of the yellow sand. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? He was covered in blood and was seriously injured, but his sharp eyes still showed no signs of weakness. He stood proudly in the void and looked at the Monkey King. "Where are you going? Not dead? That's impossible." The Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor widened their eyes in disbelief. How could he not die? Was this a joke? Lu Xingqian's eyes were also filled with shock. The Monkey King used all his strength in the 2 attacks. If it were him, he would not be able to withstand it. No. It wasn't that he wasn't confident, it was that he didn't dare to take it on. But Qin Feiyang, this guy, actually withstood it. What a pervert. While the Monkey King and the Beast King were stunned, another 2 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang's fighting spirit boiled and he sneered, 9 stars have already passed, there is only 1 breath left. Damn it. The Monkey King was unable to restrain his anger. His battle chi surged out, emitting a bright light. Like a pillar of light that reached the sky, it carried a destructive aura as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingqian shouted, 10 breaths have passed, we have 1, stop immediately. Impossible. The Monkey King roared. Not only did he not stop, the evil aura around his body became even stronger than before. At the same time, the Sand Python Emperor also turned into a streak of light, cutting through the sky and charging towards Lu Xingqian. Bastard. As a super overlord of the War Master level, you actually went back on your word. Lu Xingqian's hair stood on end as he charged towards the black storm without looking back. Qin Feiyang's face was also gloomy, but he was not surprised. This was because he had already expected such an outcome before the fight began. That was why he gave Lu Xingqian a rib in advance. After all, as long as he fought with the Monkey King, he would definitely be separated from Lu Xingqian, and naturally would not be able to rescue Lu Xingqian in time. And with the rib, Lu Xingqian could hide in the storm. Qin Feiyang glanced at the pillar of light, then looked at the Monkey King, his gaze was extremely cold and said, "Are you really going to pester me to the end?" The Monkey King roared, "Hand it over, this emperor will leave your corpse intact." In that case, Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with a cold light, his arm shot out, and his index finger repeatedly pointed in the air. Ultimate. Boom. 4 invisible forces surged downwards like a tsunami, covering the sky and covering the earth. Swish. Following closely. Qin Feiyang flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just after he disappeared, the 4 invisible forces blasted into the desert. The yellow sand within a radius of several miles suddenly surged, drowning the void. And in the yellow sand, winged sand pythons exploded one after another. Fresh blood dyed the yellow sand red. The smell of blood was harsh. Damn human, come out and die for this emperor. The Sand Python Emperor was mad, Its long and narrow snake eyes were bloodshot. You brought this upon yourselves. Lu Xingqian stood under the black storm, looking at the two beasts with a sneer. I'll kill you first. The Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor rushed into the sky, full of killing intent. Kill me? Come in if you have the ability. Lu Xingqian smiled disdainfully, grabbed the rib, and directly went into the black storm. He dares to go in? The two beasts were dumbfounded. The Sand Python Emperor said, if he enters the storm he will definitely die, don't worry about him. The Monkey King nodded. Is that so? Lu Xingqian's voice came out from the storm. Not dead? How is this possible? The two beasts' bodies stiffened, their eyes full of disbelief. Are you disappointed to hear my voice? We can come down from above, naturally we have some life-saving means. You can't even think of this, are you stupid? Lu Xingqian joked. The Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor were mad, and their battle chi was like a rainbow, madly attacking the black storm. Lu Xingqian took a step and landed on the other side of the storm, sneering, don't waste your energy, it's useless. Come out if you have the guts. The Monkey King roared. Boom. At this moment, a few loud sounds came from below. The expressions of the two beasts changed abruptly. They hurriedly looked down and saw that Qin Feiyang had appeared again at some point. The arm that was shattered at first had already been repaired and was crazily bombarding the desert. The winged sand python suffered a devastating blow, and countless were killed or injured. Stop. The Sand Python Emperor anxiously roared. Chapter 487. After that, Qin Feiyang disappeared again. Monkey King and Sand Python King were extremely angry. If the other party was strong they would feel better. But the key was that the other party was only two war emperors. War emperors used to be as small as ants in their eyes. However, at this moment they were restrained everywhere. What could be more aggrieved than this? Aren't you guys very arrogant? Why don't you dare to come in? Lu Xingqian's provocative voice came out from the storm again. But Monkey King and Sand Python King ignored him. Because Qin Feiyang was the biggest threat. If they didn't have that hiding treasure, they had full confidence that they could kill the two of them with a flip of their hand. Swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. His other arm had also been repaired. Monkey King and Sand Python King immediately took action. But Qin Feiyang used the ultimate void 4 times in a row, releasing 4 invisible forces and entered the ancient castle again. Although his speed was not as fast as Monkey King and the other two beasts, he could enter and exit the ancient castle with just a thought. Even if the two beasts' strength was heaven-defying, they couldn't hurt him at all. Boom. The invisible force roared in the sky and attacked in all directions. Many winged sand pythons were killed on the spot. One must know, Qin Feiyang was now a 6-star war emperor. With the help of the perfect battle art, killing a 9-star war emperor was easy. It could be said that he could already dominate the same realm. If he added the battle art and return art, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 person under the War Master. And the winged sand pythons in the desert, except for Sand Python King, were all war emperors. It could be said that this was a one-sided massacre. Sand Python King said anxiously, Monkey, if he continues to kill like this, my people will definitely be killed by him. Quickly think of a way. What can I do? Monkey King roared in exasperation. If there was a way, it would have killed Qin Feiyang a few months ago. We can't catch him. Pressure can't imprison him. Let's just do as he says. Sand Python King sighed helplessly. The Monkey King said, how can that be? The Sand Python Emperor said angrily, then tell me what should I do? The Monkey King wanted to say something, but he realized that he didn't know what to say. A deep sense of helplessness appeared in his 8 pupils. Alas. The Monkey King let out a long sigh and said loudly, Qin Feiyang, come out. Let's have a good talk. Whoosh. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He looked up at the two beasts and asked, what do you want to talk about? The Monkey King said, I won't make things difficult for you, but when you leave, you have to return the holy monkey to me. Holy monkey? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why do you have to make things unpleasant? The Monkey King clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said, I hope you can keep your word. Qin Feiyang said, of course. Qin Feiyang always keep my word. The Sand Python Emperor said, in fact, you don't need to keep looking for it because the person you are looking for is not here at all. Whether he is here or not, we will know after looking for him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two beasts looked at each other, extremely angry. At this time, Lu Xingqian also flew out of the black storm and landed beside Qin Feiyang like lightning, returning the rib to Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang put away the rib, he took a healing pill and rose into the air with Lu Xingqian and continued to fly forward. The Sand Python Emperor looked at their backs and asked the Monkey King, "What should we do?" The Monkey King's eyes flashed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "The holy monkey is in their hands. I must follow them." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step and followed behind Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. The Sand Python Emperor hesitated for a moment and followed. An hour later, Lu Xingqian frowned and said, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Monkey King guarded the holy monkey in the area of the black stone apes. In this desert, the Sand Python Emperor should also be guarding something. But along the way we didn't see anything at all except for the yellow sand. Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Do you mean that there is also a beast in this desert that sealed itself?" Lu Xingqian shook his head and said, "I'm just guessing. I can't be sure." This question, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. There is no need to delve into this question. Even if there is, it has nothing to do with us. Our task is to find Renduxing. Lu Xingqian nodded. After flying for half a day, the two finally flew out of the desert. However, what came into their sight was another glacier forest. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were puzzled. First it was a verdant forest, then it was a desert, and now it was a glacier forest. This was completely beyond common sense. Moreover, it was not snowing here. Moreover, there was a black storm above. Even if it was snowing, the snow would not float down. But why did this glacier exist? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other and flew side by side above the glacier, carefully guarding against it. There was a kind of ferocious bird living in the forest. They looked very similar to eagles. But the difference was that they were snow white and blended in with the glacier. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice them. What kind of eagles are these? Lu Xingqian frowned. Why was it another kind of ferocious bird that he had never seen before? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and his eyes suddenly trembled. He whispered, "It's a species from 10,000 years ago, the snow eagle." Another species? Lu Xingqian's face was full of surprise. What kind of place was this? Why were there only species from 10,000 years ago living here? Whoosh! Suddenly, a loud and powerful screech sounded from the forest below. Then, a snow eagle flapped its wings. Its body was more than 10 meters long. It swept up a bone-piercing cold wind and rushed into the sky. How did humans come in? It glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian, its eagle eyes full of doubts. Glacier, desert, forest. Qin Feiyang, there must be some mystery here. Lu Xingqian looked at the snow eagle vigilantly and whispered. Because the aura of this snow eagle was not weaker than the Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor. Qin Feiyang nodded. The snow eagle's eyes suddenly became sharp and shouted, "This emperor asked you a question, didn't you hear it? Eagle King, don't touch them." The Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor rushed over and roared at the blood eagle. The Eagle King was stunned for a moment. His gaze swept past Qin Feiyang and locked onto the Monkey King and the other two beasts. He asked, "Why?" The Monkey King said, "The holy monkey is in their hands." What? The Eagle King's expression changed as he said angrily, "What are you doing? You actually let them take away the holy monkey?" The Monkey King sighed, "It's a long story." The Eagle King said coldly, "The holy monkey is in their hands, then all the more we can't let them go." The Sand Python Emperor hurriedly said, "Don't be rash." A trace of hostility appeared in the Eagle King's eyes as he said angrily, "What do you mean?" The Monkey King said, "Let them go first, we'll talk later." The Eagle King glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian, his eyes flickering. In the end he spread his wings and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other and flew past the Eagle King. But at this moment, the Eagle King suddenly attacked, his pressure roaring out, imprisoning the two of them in the air. Whoosh! Next, the Eagle King soared into the air and then swooped down again. His pair of giant claws flashed with a cold light, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. Seeing this, the Monkey King and the Sand Whale Emperor's expressions changed. "Stop!" The Monkey King shouted. "A mere 2 war emperors are enough to make you all cower in fear. What a useless piece of trash." The Eagle King mocked, ignoring the two beasts. He charged towards Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian, his eyes filled with contempt. "Break!" Qin Feiyang growled, the blood in his body boiling. He instantly broke free from the restraints of the pressure, and the two of them disappeared into thin air. The Eagle King paused in the air, his eyeballs almost popping out. The two beasts came to the Eagle King's side. The Sand Python Emperor sighed. Eagle King, they are not that easy to deal with. The Monkey King said helplessly, yeah, if they were easy to deal with, we would have killed them long ago. The Eagle King's face was a little embarrassed, his eyes were hazy as he asked, what exactly is going on? We'll talk about it later. The Monkey King then said loudly, Qin Feiyang, come out, the Eagle King will not harm you anymore. Shwa. Before he could finish, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang looked at the Monkey King and said solemnly, if you dare to attack again, I will really kill the holy monkey. How dare you? The Eagle King shouted. Try it. Qin Feiyang sneered. To others, a fierce beast of the War Master realm was an existence that they could not afford to provoke. But in his eyes it was no big deal. The Eagle King's eagle eyes immediately shone with a sharp light, like sharp blades that pierced into people's hearts. The Monkey King shouted, Eagle King, that's enough. It then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, don't waste time, quickly go and find them. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian glanced at the Eagle King, then turned around and continued to search the glacier below. The three fierce beasts were all hanging behind them. At the same time, the Monkey King and the Sand Python Emperor also told the Eagle King about what had happened in the past few months. Hearing this, the Eagle King was extremely shocked. Especially Qin Feiyang's cultivation speed, it was extremely shocked. Another half a day passed. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian finally left the glacier. The scenery in front of them had also changed greatly. It was actually an endless sea of fire. What's going on? The two of them were tongue-tied. Jungle, desert, glacier, sea of fire? What was the factor that created these four completely different places? Lu Xingqian pointed to the front and exclaimed, look, what kind of fierce beast is that? Qin Feiyang looked over, only to see that the sea of fire was also filled with fierce beasts. Moreover, they were all of the same species. They looked like lions, but their heads were like dragons. Their fur was as red as fire, and they blended into the sea of fire, almost undetectable. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a moment, then his gaze trembled again and said, they are fire dragon lions and also a species from 10,000 years ago. Lu Xingqian was already used to it. He was just puzzled. Why were all the fierce beasts from 10,000 years ago living in this canyon? What did this place have to do with 10,000 years ago? Chapter 488. Because Qin Feiyang had been to more places than Lu Xingqian. He also knew more than Lu Xingqian. Like the Forgotten Land. This place also had descendants from 10,000 years ago. And this canyon was full of descendants from 10,000 years ago. There might be some connection between the two. And the holy monkey. There was no doubt that it was also an antique from 10,000 years ago. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago that made the holy monkey choose to seal itself? 10,000 years ago, suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He remembered that the Great Qin Empire was also established 10,000 years ago. Could it be that all this was related to the first emperor? Why aren't they moving? Seeing this, the Monkey King behind them asked suspiciously. I don't know. The Sand Python King and the Eagle King shook their heads. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said lightly, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Let's continue to search. Lu Xingqian smiled faintly and said, then let's go. The two continued to move forward. Boom. But not long after they entered the sea of fire, a fierce aura erupted. A giant flame beast rushed into the sky and blocked in front of the two. It was also a fire dragon lion, but its body was more than 10 meters long. Its fan-like eyes seemed to be cast from magma, shining with an astonishing fierce light. Lion King, stop. Before the fire dragon lion could make a move, the Monkey King and the other two beasts spoke in unison. Oh. The Lion King glanced at the three beasts and said suspiciously, what's going on? There are humans who broke in, why don't you kill them? Don't block their way. Yes, don't block them. They are not to be trifled with. We will tell you the details later. The Theta Wang beast secretly transmitted its voice. The Lion King looked at Qin Feiyang and hesitated again, and finally chose to retreat to the side. Qin Feiyang and the Lion King continued to move forward. After the Monkey King and the other two beasts met up with the Lion King, they told the Lion King everything that had happened. After hearing this, the Lion King was also shocked. He also expressed that he wanted to go and help. Thus, another fire dragon lion was added to the group of ferocious beasts following behind Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingqian glanced at the Monkey King and the other two beasts out of the corner of his eye. He smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, I feel uneasy with them following behind me. Qin Feiyang did not answer. Because this was simply nonsense. Being targeted by 4 War Master realm fierce beasts, who would feel at ease. However, along the way, other than ferocious beasts, not even half a ghost shadow could be found, let alone Rinduxing. Half a day passed. The two of them left the Sea of Fire and entered the sky above a forest. However, when they scanned the forest below, they couldn't help but frown. This was because there were countless blackstone apes in the forest. Lu Xingqian frowned. Don't tell me we took a big detour? Qin Feiyang said, if I remember correctly, we did take a big detour. The jungle was located to the east of the canyon. The desert was located in the south. The glacier was located in the west. The Sea of Fire was located in the north. They had set off from the forest and now they had returned to the forest. In other words, they had searched the entire canyon. Lu Xingqian sighed, looks like we guessed wrong, Uncle Ren is not here. Let's look again. When we reach the cave where the holy monkey sealed itself, if we still haven't found it, we'll leave. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them continued to fly and search carefully. The Monkey King and the other 2 beasts followed behind them the entire time, their eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. Another 4 hours passed. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian arrived at the top of a mountain. On top of the mountain there was a cave entrance. This cave was the place where the holy monkey sealed itself. Looking down at the canyon, their eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed that this trip was in vain. Can you return the holy monkey to us now? The Monkey King stood in front of them, their eyes filled with ferocity. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at the Monkey King and said, I don't understand. Since there are no other humans here, why can your monkeys recover their lost arms and heads? The Monkey King said in a low voice, that's none of your business. This is too important. I have to figure it out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out the Chang Shui and the holy monkey from the castle. If you don't tell me, I'll kill it now. How dare you? The Monkey King and the other 2 beasts were furious. Qin Feiyang said, whether I dare or not, you should know very well in your hearts. The 4 beasts fell silent. Although they had not known each other for long, it was not difficult to see that this person was a daring person from his actions. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He placed the Chang Shui on the holy monkey's neck and shouted, my patience is limited. Tell me who made the pills for you. What should we do? The Monkey King was extremely anxious. He sent a voice transmission to Theta Wang for help. The Lion King thought, compared to that thing, the holy monkey is more important. The Eagle King said, that's right, it must not die. The Sand Python King said, why don't we tell them first? When they return the holy monkey to us, we can go all out and fight them to the end. The Monkey King's eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, fine, I'll tell you. It's not because of the pills that they can recover their heads and arms. Qin Feiyang and the Lion King were shocked. Lu Xingqian said, then why? The Monkey King said, a cluster of flames. This flame is very magical and has the ability to heal. Although it can't grow flesh and bones and bring the dead back to life, it can easily heal injuries. Flames? The two of them looked at each other. This answer was completely beyond their expectations. Lu Xingqian frowned and whispered, what kind of flame has such an ability? I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the Monkey King. Where is the flame? What do you want to do? Let me tell you, you'd better not have any ideas about that flame. The Monkey King said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, if you didn't say that, I wouldn't be interested, but now, I really want to take a look. The Monkey King stared at Qin Feiyang gloomily and said, then give us the holy monkey first. Impossible. You can't hide what you're thinking from me. Before we leave, don't even think about the holy monkey. Qin Feiyang said. The 4 beasts were helpless to the extreme. Why was this human like a fox? Cunning old fox? It seems that you don't want the holy monkey's life. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Chang Shui exerted a little force and slashed at the holy monkey's neck. Seeing this, the Monkey King's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly reached out and shouted, don't, I'll take you there. Qin Feiyang said, then hurry up, don't wear out my patience. This is too sullen, I can't help it. The Sand Python Emperor roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King like lightning. This sudden and unforeseen event made Qin Feiyang and his 2 companions as well as the Monkey King and his 3 beasts startled. Because they didn't expect that the Sand Python Emperor would suddenly attack at this time, regardless of the life and death of the holy monkey. Lu Xingqian quivered and shouted, Brother Qin, retreat first. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took the holy monkey and Lu Xingqian into the castle. However, just before they entered the castle, the Sand Python Emperor released a terrifying pressure and imprisoned them in the void. At the same time, the whole tail of the Sand Python Emperor suddenly exploded, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Immediately after, a large amount of blood was like a wave, drenching the holy monkey. Qin Feiyang held the holy monkey hostage, and his body was naturally full of blood. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't it want to kill them? Why did it explode its tail instead? The Monkey King, the Eagle King, and the Lion King were also in a daze, not understanding what the Sand Python Emperor was doing. But the next moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the Monkey King, or the Monkey King, they all understood. The Sand Python Emperor was going to wake up the holy monkey. It was only because all of this had happened too suddenly and too quickly that they were unable to react at the first possible moment. Boom. However, when Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King understood, the sleeping holy monkey in front of them suddenly burst out a terrifying aura. This aura made Qin Feiyang and the Monkey King tremble both physically and mentally. At this moment they felt like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Lu Xingqian shouted, "Not good, the holy monkey is going to wake up, kill it quickly. Break for me." Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and with a hysterical roar, he broke free from the shackles of the pressure and stabbed the Chang Shui towards the holy monkey's heart. The Sand Python Emperor shouted, "Monkey, quick!" Boom. Although the Sand Python Emperor didn't say it clearly, the Monkey King understood. The pressure of the War Master burst out, overwhelming Qin Feiyang. Immediately, Qin Feiyang was imprisoned again. "Are you done yet? Break!" Qin Feiyang roared and forcibly broke free from the shackles. The Chang Shui went straight to the holy monkey's heart. At this moment, the Chang Shui was only a finger away from the heart. It could be said that it was close at hand. But at this time, the Eagle King and the Lion King also released their pressure at the same time, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like an avalanche. At the same time, the four beasts also used their own methods to kill the two. Especially the venom that the Sand Python Emperor spat out, it made one's hair stand on end. Lu Xingqian anxiously roared, "Brother Qin, don't delay any longer, retreat quickly." The Monkey King and the other beasts would never allow them to kill the holy monkey. And once the holy monkey woke up, it would be their doomsday. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy like water. They were right in front of him, but they couldn't kill the holy monkey. He didn't expect these four beasts to have such a tacit understanding. But the holy monkey must die. Break. He gritted his teeth, broke free from the shackles of the pressure, grabbed Lu Xingqian and the holy monkey and entered the castle. Just as he entered the castle, the holy monkey's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and two cold beams of light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of confusion. "Boss, it's awake," Fatso exclaimed. Fatso and the others were already awakened when the Sand Python Emperor suddenly went berserk. At this moment, when they saw the holy monkey open its eyes, they all changed color. "Kill it even if it's awake." Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. Without the shackles of the pressure, Chang Shui was like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the holy monkey's heart. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. The severe pain made the holy monkey wake up completely. It lowered its head and glanced at the dagger in its chest, before glancing at Fatty and the others. A shocking aura burst out from it. In an instant, it shrouded the entire castle. Fatso and the others trembled immediately, and blood spurted out from their mouths. The skin of Lin Yi, Luo Chenxue, Lu Hong, and Fatso, who were the weakest, cracked like a spider web. Blood instantly dyed their bodies red.